Mhm.
So, Bijuji, you are from which place? Please unmute your mic.
Sir, I am from Kannur,
Oh, Kannur. What are you doing?
working as a sub-inspector in police.
Oh, so how does this program degree will help you?
Actually, see, I was working in abroad for the last few years.
Okay.
And after, actually, I am near to pension. And
Near to Cochin. Okay.
yeah, after pension, I would like to proceed there only. That is why.
Maybe you may start a business or find a job after retirement in private sector.
No. Actually, two plans are there. Starting to start some business here in Kannur or Kerala. Otherwise, I would like to go back to Dubai only.
Okay. Go back to? Dubai, okay.
For I think from 2007 to 2020, last 13 years I was there.
Oh, so you took a leave?
Leave. And once the corona is broken, then that time I came back and joined back in service. Okay.
So that is the advantage of the policy that your government has introduced for the employee. That is very good.
Yes.
So there will be no break in the service.
Actually, break is there in the service book. The discontinuation of service is there.
But the service is protected.
Service is protected. At any time we can come and join back.
Yes. That means you get leave without pay.
Yes. Correct. Now I have joined with the Superintendent of Police Office, Kannur Rural.
Now I have been to Central University of Kerala. I have been to Mahe via Kannur Airport.
Okay.
Several times.
Actually, I also approached Mahi Center only for enrollment.
Okay, good.
That is very near to me, and I can maybe around 50 kilometers I can reach over there.
Okay, good. So let me start. I'll share the screen with all of you. Oh, Baba. Yes, I request all the participants to mute your video and the audio, so that there will be no distractions. You can listen. Yeah, because I'm going to share the PowerPoint presentations. So, dear participants, so if you all, even I can take more than an hour class on this particular slide, because if you sincerely and seriously follow this particular flow of conducting research, perhaps you will be a successful researcher. You can be a good decision maker, business decision maker, and you may avoid many hindrances and obstacles to a business, and you may overtake in your business targets to your competitors, and you can make good amount of profit, and you would continue to sustain on the business for a long time. So let me start from the first flow, because asking the question, because if you ask a question, why it has happened, why it is happening. If somebody will ask a question, why does the sun rise in the east? Why does the sun set in the west? Because they are all universally truth. It has been proven, and it has been proven with facts, that the direction of the east is the direction of the sun to rise, and the direction of the west that the sun sets in. So if you ask a question, why a particular business is falling down, why there is a downward growth in the business, why a particular, so why there is a, so therefore if you ask the questions, why, how, when, where, so if I give the example to you, if I give the example of a many, I may give the example of a general that is called the Hindustan Motors. Many of you might be knowing about the Hindustan Motors, which was producing ambassador car. And about 15 years ago, not 15 years ago exactly, about 11 to 12 years ago, so Hindustan Motors, located in Kolkata, decided to stop the productions of the car. Because the Hindustan Motors started facing the steep competition from two different models of the car manufactured by the Tata Motors. One is called Tata Indica, something like that. Indica or Indigo. One is a a sedan car, another is a hatchback car. With the introduction of these two cars, you will be surprised to know the sale of the ambassadors started falling. And because ambassador car was a car with preference, and it is a metal body car, and it is a typical car with full safety. But when the Indica and Indigo, these two cars were introduced, then with all the shortcomings or all the deficiencies, limitations of the ambassador car, Indica and Indigo, they started filling the gap. With the filling the gap, the transporters, those who used to buy the car in bulk for taxi purposes, they started buying it, and general public also started buying the car because it was affordable compared to ambassador car, less maintenance, and the fuel was a diesel, and there was a margin of profit that the car rental companies they found. So if you start asking the question, why ambassador, the Hindustan Motor, did not upgrade the technology, uh, you know, uh, technology of the automobiles to match with the competitors. So, just a minute, just a minute. Just a minute. There's a call I'm attending. So are you able to see the screen? Are you able to see the screen? Excuse me? Are you able to see the screen? Yes. Okay. Thank you. So therefore, why I have given this particular example to all of you is because this is something to be investigated, and because a company which was manufacturing car for more than 50 years, how come the company would stop the manufacturing of the car? All of a sudden, it might be the decision of the company, but it is a loss to the industry, because industry started getting industry started facing the shortage of the car. If somebody would do an investigation, then you need to ask a question: why the management of the Hindustan Motors closed the manufacturing of the car, which was the king of the on the road? What provoked them to stop? Is it the threat of the competitor? Is it the company which could not upgrade the technology of the automobiles? Or is it the problem of labor? Or is it the problem of no capital? Or is it the problem of the succession? There might be some of the problems that we are not certain of the problems. We know one of them might be the problem. We know a couple of things which prop up in the mind might be the problems, but however, we may not come to the conclusion without investigating thoroughly. Therefore, all of you must be knowing about, if when a person is caught for unlawful activities, unethical activity, whatever may be, it may be killing somebody or doing corruptions or doing something, because unless and until he or she is proven to be guilty, the judge would not spell the punishment. The judge would not spell the punishment unless it is thoroughly, squarely, and completely investigated. Okay, that is one. Second question is identifying the important factors. Asking the question, identifying the important factors. That I have already told you. What are the factors? Is it the factor of the capital? Is it the factor of the labor? Is it the factor of the succession of the leadership? Is it the factor of the external competitions? Or is it the factor of the change of the government policy and regulations? Is it the change of the technology? So you know many reasons, but you may not know which plays or which contributed maximum to the cause of closing of the manufacturing. Then the flow on number 3, there, after the questions and factors, now this is a time to formulate the hypothesis. Why do we need a hypothesis? Hypothesis is a tentative statement. It is a tentative assumptions. It is not a conclusion. You may reach at the conclusion when you go for testing the hypothesis. In this stage, hypothesis will be stated or formulated on the basis of the research questions. For example, you may say there are no associations between the stop of the manufacturing of the car and the dominance of the competitor's car. So you may take a hypothesis, and you can theoretically disprove the hypothesis, and you can statistically disprove the hypothesis. You take the example of students of humanities mostly, or philology, humanities, etc. they don't use statistics to test the hypothesis, but they use the hypothesis and they prove it theoretically, uh, or sometime, as I told you yesterday about qualitative research by conducting interview of the focus group people, they also test the hypothesis. Unlike management and other business related subjects where we for sample population, sample respondents, you don't go for universal because that is called census data, because you don't take each element of the universe. You don't allow entire members of the uh, this thing universe to participate because there is no need. All right. So you go for taking the sample representations. When you go for taking sample representations, then you understand that this is the representations of the population or the universe on the basis of which hypothesis statement will be tested to know the opinions of the respondents so that you can generalize or you can apply for rest other populations in the universe. So hypothesis or hypothetical statements are made to come to the conclusions. Otherwise, when you conduct the research, there must be a conclusion. So therefore, this is called the formulation of hypothesis. And in the management science, we use hypothesis like there is no significant association, there is no significant differences, there is no significant relationship, or you may say X is independent of Y in explaining, in influencing Y. So like that, you may formulate the hypothesis. And in my successive classes, I'll tell you the uh, how to test the hypothesis and what are the tools to be used for hypothesis. So you have formulated hypothesis. Then by the fourth stage is in the flow chart. That that means by then you should have a well organized, well defined questionnaire that we call in research parlance instrument. Instrument to capture the data, which I'll tell you little later. What do you mean by instrument? Today morning, I went to uh, deposit some cash in a ATM machine, cash deposit. So I used the ATM card. So then I used all the methods or steps of depositing cash through ATM machines. So, ATM machine started validating the currency note and rejected three 500 notes, and it accepted remaining notes. Then I took the note out of the machine. Then I looked at three notes very closely. Then I interchanged among themselves. Then I again used the ATM card and inserted the currency note into the machine. Then machine took one, rejected two. So next time, third time I attempted, then ATM machine take another one, rejected one. Then last one I saw, there was a small overwriting on the note, 91 or something like that, in the pencil. This must have been done while counting the notes by the bank or someone. So therefore, I thought if I again insert, the currency note will not get accepted. What does it mean? It clearly explains the precision, accuracy, dexterity, perfection. because I trusted the machine, because I counted it, machine also counted it, and my counting and machine counting was correct. So therefore, that is called the instrument which we try rely on the instrument instead of going physically to the bank, standing in the queue to deposit the cash. We can get it done in 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. So therefore, in order to collect the data, a researcher must have a well-defined, well-explained questionnaires with questions, so that when a questionnaire will be administered or given to the respondents, they would easily understand and they will find very interesting in answering one after another questions. This is the way a questionnaire must be designed, so that a respondent will be curious to answer the questions wholeheartedly without keeping anything in the mind and heart. So that when you get 100% opinion from or views from the respondents, so certainly you will analyze the data correctly, you will get the result accurately, so that the result would properly explain the reasons of the problems of the stopping of the manufacturing of the Hindustan Motors. All right. So that is the process of collection of data, and you may collect primary data and secondary data. What I explained you, this is all about the primary data. But if you go for secondary data, in the secondary data, as you know, in the secondary data, the data which was collected for different purposes, not for your purposes, but data which will be used for your purposes, just to know, as I told you yesterday, that what would be the trend of the data, what would be the trend of the data, and what would be the background of the data, how does the data would help you in understanding the problems of the study, because secondary data would also help a researcher understand clearly the the nature of the problem, scope of the problem, background of the problem. Yeah. So, for example, if you take the sales data of the Hindustan Motors last 20 years, you may say there is a fluctuations, increasing and decreasing. If you take the capital infusion, then you can see the fluctuations. And if you see the, cost to the company, cost of the salary, cost of manufacturing, interest, etc., you will also see the fluctuating. Because the trend of the data would clearly explain the difficult period during which the company was passing through. So, and that is the greatness of the secondary data. So you take the example of students of economics, students of commerce, students of mostly these two departments. When they when their students or scholars conduct the research, they primarily depend on the secondary data. Am I right? Last 30 years data they gather, and they use the regression or many other statistical tools to analyze the data, interpret the data, so that they will come to know the trend of the data and the problem with the study from the analysis of the data. So therefore, there are two different types of data. One is called secondary data and primary data. And primary data which is collected for the purpose for which the study is conducted. But second data is the data which is collected for your purpose, but which was collected for some other purposes, which you are going to use the data which was collected for some different purposes. So you are free to use, many others can also use it. So similarly, the next fifth stage is testing the hypothesis. So because by then you must have collected the data, and by then you must have fed the data or entered the data into the statistical softwares like SPSS or AMOS or many other software. Then, no, then you run the SPSS by taking the variables in the dialog box. Those who know, you can understand it. It is very easy and self-explanatory. You may use it without any problems. Mostly when you go for testing hypothesis, because the data must be collected in different scales. We call the nominal scale, ordinal scale, ratio scale, interval scales, which I'll take 1 hour class next week on the basis of which is very important for all of you. And testing the hypothesis, mostly as you know, so that hypothesis testing tools are already prescribed, that which tool is appropriate to be used for the questions which is collected in a scale. For example, data is collected in nominal scale. So we need to use the non-parametric statistical tools like chi-square test, Kramer test, phi test, Kurzweil-Wallis test, etc. The data is collected in ordinal scale, like staple scale, Likert scale. So you may use the parametric test tools like you know uh, analysis of variance. You can use coefficient. You can use this thing regression. You may use uh, correlation. You may use ANOVA. You may use independent sample t-test. You can use pair sample test. You can use F-test, etc. Then once you test the hypothesis by taking the level of significance, maybe 1%, 2%, 3%, 5%, but statistically 5% uh, risk of risk is taken to test the hypothesis, that you call the level of significance. So which I'll tell you later. Then working with the hypothesis, because once you get the results of the hypothesis, means the results of hypothesis, you start interpreting hypothesis, so that while doing the interpretations on the basis of the level of significance, so a researcher can draw the conclusion to the research, and they can generalize that this is the reason for which Hindustan Motors today face the problem of closing the manufacturing. Tomorrow maybe Tata, maybe you take the example of Ford Motors in Chennai, Chengalpattu also closed the manufacturing, and Renault is also in a position to close the productions. So therefore, these are the things to be further investigated, why automobile companies are shutting down the manufacturing. Then now the seventh stage, you need to relate with the theory, because as I told you, nothing starts from the theory. The theories were postulated, or theories were uh, created by none other than the great thinkers and great scholars, distinguished scholars. They developed the theory or theoretical model, by making extensive research. They come with an argument that this model, consisting of the problems and the solutions. If some business enterprise would refer to this model, perhaps many business problems can be resolved, or business problems can be handled tactfully. So that we need to link with the theory, how far this present study is incompatible with the theory, how does the present uh, how do the present results of the study differ from the theoretical backgrounds or the earlier results of the similar study, like that. You need to link it, you need to substantiate, justify by taking the uh, earlier background of the study. So next one, asking new questions, because that is called future research. So you may ask, This is not a question about Hindustan Motors or Ford Motors. So it is a question for all those automobile manufacturers. So how can they overcome, survive, or how can they dispel all the difficulties? This is why I wanted to tell you about the cycle. Just a minute. I'll take water liquid. Are you clear about it? Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. This is research process unit. Yes. Excellent. 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 Thank you. Just for a minute, I'm taking water, then we'll start. So let us discuss about classifying research. Reviewing related past studies is an important. I have already explained in the diagram. No research would start without getting linked with the previous studies or past studies, because any research which is conducted, which is not conducted for the first time, that particular study must be related to the studies conducted earlier of the similar problems or maybe related problems. So therefore, if you start classifying the research study, mostly now as per the research method, historical, descriptive, orational, ex post facto, experimental, which may vary from research books to research books, but because if it is historical study, you may say qualitative research. You see descriptive study, you may say quantitative research, correlational study, you may say quantitative research, so like that. So historical study, as you know, the purpose of historical study is to arrive at conclusion concerning trends, causes, effects of past occurrences. As I told you, you need to take the historical data, historical occurrences, historical events. If you take historical occurrences, historical events, then no, you may just a minute. No, no, no. So call him after 11. No, I will call him. I'll call 11. So Because as I told you, the historical research is always about the data based on the secondary sources, secondary data, secondary review of literature published. In case of primary sources are not available, data are collected from those other than eyewitnesses, secondary sources. The data thus collected are subject to scientific analysis to assess authenticity and accuracy. Right. For example, you take the example of Nancy Burton and Lily Jones, 1980, to examine trends in achievement levels of African American versus white children. Because this is an example I'm giving you. They examine high school graduation rates between these two ethnic groups were born before 1913, between 1930 and 1922, between and 23 to 23. You see the period in which they wanted to make a study. They also examine a variety of historical indicators in more recent groups of African American and white children. They also further examine. They examine graduation rates between the two ethnic groups, African American versus white children. They also examine a variety of historical indicators in more recent groups of African American and white children. One of the conclusions is that differences in achievements between the groups are decreasing. This is called the conclusion. Am I right? So from the secondary data. So the differences in achievements between these groups are decreasing. That means what? White children, because there was a big gap between the children who belong to African American community, those who are brought from Africa to work as servants in USA for the whites, and white children, those who are the original native of the USA. Original means they also got migrated from the UK and some of the Western African, European countries. So in the course of the time, because during which when both these scholars they studied between 1913 and 1922, almost 10 years, then 1923 and 20 years. Because fundamentally, when you take any historical data, there must be a minimum of 20 years continuous data. So the two researchers, when they examine a variety of historical indicators, and they found very interesting results, which stated that the bridge, the gap between these two races, as far as acquiring graduation degree, is decreasing. That means what? African American students are now matching with the white childrens. That is all about. This is the way you can do the interpretations. So descriptive research, after the historical research, this is a descriptive research. Descriptive research studies deal with collecting data, testing hypotheses, or answering questions concerning the current status of the subject of the study. So it deals with the question, what is of a situation. It concerns what with the determining the current practices, status, features of the situations. And another aspect of discrete research is that data collection is either done through asking questions from the individual in the situation, or the questionnaires, as I told you, is all about the quantitative research. If I give an example here, Peter O. Perithi and Chris J. Magician, they interviewed 58 elderly individuals. They fell between 68 and 87. It's almost 20 years. Using a structured interview to investigate the variables that affect emotional abuse among the elderly. Because when the elderly people they face difficulties of getting emotional support from the children or from the younger ones, because they always consider them that they have lost the life, something like that. So there's a gap. So as a result of the interview, they found 9 variables are common to elderly abuse, including lack of affection, threats of violence, and confinement. Among the 9 important findings, pertaining 9 variables, which we call the factors. And out of the 9, 3 factors uh, were very crucial, very critical. One is called lack of affection, that I told you. They don't get true affection from the younger ones. Threats of violence, sometimes maid servants, sometimes others, because they became the prey to the violence. People kill them, sometimes people injured them and steal the things, and they become confined because once they retired from the job or any work, so they don't, because they are physically weak, mentally weak, so they don't like to travel, they don't go out of the room. Confinement, that is a study. These are the 3 important findings. Then as a researcher, you may also go for suggesting what type of solutions or recommendations to be provided to deal with these such important findings. Why? How can they get more affections? How can violence can be stopped? How can they come out from the confinement or detentions from a particular place? Correlation studies, the descriptive and historical research provide a picture of events that are currently happening or have occurred in the past. Researchers often want to go beyond more descriptions and begin discussing the relationship that certain events might have to one another. The most likely type of research to answer the relation among the variables events is called correlation research. Okay, because they try to understand a relationship between the variables, relations between the or among the variables. So a correlation study aims to determining the degree of a relationship between 2 or more quantifiable variables. Because the relationship must not be more than 1. And it is more than 0.5. That means we understand is there is a strong correlation. If it is less than 5, we call the weak correlation. Secondly, the relationship thus determined could be used for making predictions, because as I told you, correlation techniques, correlation tools, Spearman correlations can be used for testing the hypothesis and predicting the results. A high value of relationship, however, does not signify an cause and effect relationship which must be verified through an experimental study. Because in correlation, you may not know what is the cause and effect relationship because you have to use the regression. So only you need to use the correlation just to establish how are they strongly correlated, how are they weakly, how their relationship is strong, whether strong or weak. So if I give the example of correlational studies by Vaughan of the relationship between temperament and attachment behavior in infants, the correlation among different types of attachment behavior, now how securely attached infants were their mothers, and the infant's general temperament were examined. Researchers found an infant's temperament does not predict how securely attached the child is to his or her mother. You see, a very peculiar findings of this study. Then X, the closure of the Hindustan Motors, or I may give example of rainfall and the sugar cane, production of the sugar cane or production of the paddy. So the good rainfall would result in uh, bumper production of the rice paddy, and poor rainfall may result in affecting the bumper production of the paddy. So some research report to export factor after the effect. Kerlinger defines export factor as systematic empirical inquiry in which the scientist, means the researcher, does not have direct control of independent variables because their manifestations have already occurred, because they are inherently not manipulable. Because there are certain events which cannot be manipulated, because which is independent variable to dependent variable. Here the production of the crop, production paddy depends on depends on the rainfall. Rainfall is an independent variable and paddy is dependent variable. So because dependent variable does not have control over the independent variable. Independent variable can influence the dependent variable largely. So you can go for two types of the post just a minute. Post research is a causal comparative research. The researcher has no control on the variables, but he can not manipulate the variables, independent variables which cause a certain effect, dependent variable being measured. Since the type of study lacks manipulation of variables, the cause relation measured are only tentative. So some authors categorize post factor studies into the category descriptive. That is true. A quantitative research. Mostly the regression is used. You take the example of stock market, because the stock market is always volatile, always unstable. And there are many factors which largely, determine the or contribute to the fluctuation of the stock market, and it's a very sensitive and fragile market. A small incidence of uh, press conference given by chief executive officer of the that bank, no, Silicon Valley Bank in USA. You know, the 80% of the uh, account holders, they withdrew electronically. Withdrew means they transferred the amount from their bank account to another bank account. It's a small statement by the chief executive officer about the recession approaching, which may affect the banking industry. More importantly, it may affect the small banks like Silicon Valley Bank. And it's a small statement given by the CEO could affect the uh, the stability of the stock market, and the stock market is very volatile. So this type lacks manipulation variable. This is experimental research, which mostly we call the fundamental research, or you may say clinical research. We already know that correlation research can help. How does two types of research can answer this? Quasi-experimental and experimental. So quasi-experimental research is where participants are pre-assigned to groups based on some characteristics or qualities such as difference in sex, race, age, neighborhood, etc. These group assignments have already taken place before the experiment begins. A researcher has no control as to what the people will belong to each group. Experimental research is where participants are assigned to groups based on some selected criteria, often called treatment variable. So experimental research will always have two or more groups for a comparison or other variables. It is the only type of research which can establish truly the cause and effect relationship. A researcher in technical education is interested in studying the effects of two methods of instruction: structured lecture method, programmed instruction on the achievements of students in a course of one semester in applied mechanics. 60 students in the class are divided randomly, two groups on 30 each. The groups receive the specified treatment on equal amount, and the participants are measured for their performance on the achievements test before after the program so as to measure again. In this experiment, the experiment are independent variables, the method of instructions, or the dependent variable is the achievement of students. So you can understand. So now research process, somebody wanted to know about the research process because I explained you the flow of the research. If you seriously uh, follow and apply, implement the flow of the research as per the diagram, so your quality of the research will be very good, and you can complete the research in time, and your research findings will get accepted, and you will find interesting in doing the research. So the steps in conducting research and research design, which we can discuss in the next class. So, research activities in the engineering discipline. In the engineering discipline, various fields of technology disciplines, business law, medicine, because we will talk about it only in the management. Okay. So, dear students, if you have any doubt, you can ask me. Yes, that I will do it. That I will do it in the end of the session. I may not share directly with you with the permission of the director DD. So I will share the uh, slide PPT with all of you. So you can make use of it. Yes. Because problem statement is more important. If you start identifying the problem, explain the problem, define the problem, know the root cause of the problems, your half of the research is complete, I may say. Because any research which is conducted, that you please ask their counselors or the person concerned in the DD. They will tell you when is the exam. So thank you very much, dear participants. Have a nice Sunday, and we'll meet again in the next weekend. And bye bye. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is it there any another section? Hello?
Sir, you're muted. Gafur sir, you're muted. We could not hear you.
Yeah. Am I audible, students?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Shall we start the session?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yes. Good morning, sir.
My screen is visible to all of you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So I think all of you can switch off your, turn off, like your mics, and so we can have a good, background. Okay. So today we will have a discussion on theory of demand and supply. There is a topic which I told you that I'll be taking today. So the content for today's discussion, topics for today's discussion. First, I'll be talking about theory of demand. Then I'll talk about theory of supply. Then I'll talk about theory of demand and supply together. This is my today's presentation. I'm not sure that whether we will be able to complete the entire topic today, because this is a little bit lengthy theory, and it's also little like some a lot of settings are required, but I'll try to simplify it. So this is the topic for today's discussion: theory of demand, theory of supply, and together with the demand and supply together we'll be discussing. So first I'll talk about theory of demand. Now, what is a demand? First, before we understand what is a demand, we need to understand two another important terms which commonly we use it. First one is called need. So the human being, all the human beings are having certain needs are there. In economics, in finance, we call it a felt deprivation. For example, if you feel thirsty, you need some water. If you are hunger, you need some like what's called food. Coke or anything you need it. So the need is a concept which is normally used in economics and finance, and what we call in economics as a felt deprivation. The second term is called the little like modified term of needs. We call it as a wants. As I said, I studied human wants, right? I was using the term called human wants. Now, what is a want? The same need, right? Felt deprivation. If it is modified, or if it is influenced by your culture, your belief systems, your traditions, then we can call it as a want. For example, I said hunger is a need, right? So some people may want food for hunger, rice. Some people may want Maggi. Some people may want bread. Some people may want wheat, right? Some people may want meat alone. So the wants are basically a need, but it is modified, or it is influenced, or it is decided by your culture, one's culture, belief and systems and traditions, so many factors. It can be even religious factors also. For example, you can see among Christians, Jews, Hindus, there are certain set of people don't eat like certain kind of meat, certain kind of food items, they don't eat it. So because it is modified, or it is influenced by their what's called the culture or religion or belief or tradition, so on and so forth. So the when the needs are influenced by this factors, we can call it as a want. Then coming to the demand, that is our topic. So people will have need, that's damn and sure, and people will have wants. If there is a need, there is a want is there. Then, for example, my want is to buy a car, right? I want to buy a car. So I can buy a Maruti car, or I can buy a Ferrari car also. But if I have money to buy Ferrari car, then I can say that there's a demand for, Gafur is having a demand for the Ferrari car. That means the wants which are having the purchasing power or ability to purchase that particular product, then we can say there is a demand is there. So every woman wants to wear the gold, right? But some people will not have the purchasing power. We call it the purchasing power or willingness to buy or ability to buy it. But if that is there, right, we can say that there is a demand is there. So the demand is basically influenced by the willingness to buy and ability to buy it. If that is the case, we can say there is a demand for the product. So, for example, what we call orange, right? It's a need. Somebody want a need. Need is there. Then the want is orange. If he is having the money to buy it, and if he is having the willingness to buy the orange, then we can say there is a demand for it. Let us say that somebody's need is a transportation, and he wants a car, but he wants to buy a Ferrari car, but he doesn't have the money. But then we can say that there is no demand for him because he is not having the willingness to. He is having the willingness to buy it, but he is not having the purchasing power to buy that particular product. So the need is a felt deprivation. Wants are basically a need which is influenced by the culture, beliefs and systems, or the traditions or religious factors or customary factors and those factors. But the demand, when the wants are converted into demand, because if there is a willingness plus purchasing power to buy that particular product, we can say there is a demand for that particular product. Now coming to the factors which will influence the demand. Since our topic is a demand, we directly come to the demand, the concept of demand. Now, if you look at the demand, demands are influenced by several factors. I have listed so many factors. First of all, the price of the goods. For example, if there is a price is higher, we will tend to reduce our purchase because there is already ability to buy the goods only, the demand. So the price of the goods is basically a demand factor. That means it will influence your demand. That means the quantity which public will demand depends upon the price of the product, right? If the price is higher on the side, people will tend to buy less quantity. If the price is less, people will tend to buy more quantity. Second, the consumer income. For example, if you're having more income, you will tend to use more, for example, electricity, right? Now, if you're a poor family, you belong to a poor family, you don't have much income, you will tend to use your electricity in a limited way because you have to pay for it, right? So, but if you are having enough money and you are rich, then there will be chances that you may tend to use this income, income for electricity for various purposes. You may buy electrical car, you may buy a washing machine, you may buy a refrigerator, you may buy an oven, you may buy even electric cooking equipments which can be used for these purposes. So the income of the people also influence the quantity which we demand in the market. So the demand is basically the quantity which we demand it based upon the ability and the willingness to buy that particular product. Now, the third one, the price of the related goods. What is the price of the related good? For example, let me give an example. You know that tea and coffee is there. Both are used in a simultaneous, on a similar way. So if the price of the tea powder is very high, people will, tend to buy, like what we call the coffee powder, and they will tend to use coffee. Or if the coffee price is very high, they will tend to buy, like what we call as a, tea powder. They may use more tea powder. So the price of the related goods, it can be a complementary or it can be a substitute goods also. For example, in the case of tea and coffee, it's a substitute goods. That means you can replace the coffee with the tea powder, or tea powder can be replaced with the coffee powder if the prices changes it. So we call this substitute goods. But there are some other goods which we call as a related products. For example, what we called it's like cross products. For example, there is a printer and cartridges there, right? So the printer and the cartridge. For example, if you look at the price of the printer, the price of the printer is always very less. But if you look at the price of the cartridge, it will be always on the higher side, right? Or if you take the example of Gillette blade equipment is very less price, but if you go and buy the blade in a single blade, you have to pay more price. So what we call as a complementary, or we call it as the related products. That means the demand for the blade depends upon the price of the the equipments or the price of the Gillette equipment. The same way, the demand for what we call the cartridge in the printer depends upon the price of the printer. That's the reason you must be noting down, or you must be experiencing that the price of the printer will be always very less, and the price of the cartridge will be always on the higher side, because once you buy a printer, definitely you have to buy a cartridge. That's the reason the pricing strategy in the case of these related products are basically that way, right? Then the taste and preferences, of course. For example, during the summer seasons, this what's called more people will buy ice creams, right? During this winter season, more people will tend to buy what's called coffees and hot items, right? So the taste, the preferences, so many factors which will also influence the demand or the quantity which you will be buying from the market. Then another factor is called the price expectation. For example, in the case of what's called what we called as a pride goods. It's called pride goods. In certain pride goods, we always look at the price expectation. For example, the case of gold, right? You even the price of the gold is coming down, you will tend to stop your purchases, assuming that the price will come down again tomorrow also. So that is what we call as price expectations. In the case of stock market, for example, in the case of stock market, normally people will wait for price to come down to invest in the market, or when the price goes up, they will try to sell in the market. So the price expectation, which can be a feature for family members, then the quantity demanded will be depends upon the number of people in your household or in your family. So the number of consumers also influence the quantity which we demand in the market, what we call as a demand. So the point I'm making is that the demands, the quantity which we buy in the market is influenced by the price of the goods, the consumer income, price of the related goods. It can be complemented, it can be substitute goods also. Then the taste and preferences, the time factor, the price expectation, number of consumers, etc. So many factors are there. For example, weather conditions also influence matter. Then the time also factor. So many factors are influencing the demand quantity which we demand in the market. Now, in that case, so we can say mathematically, we can say the quantity which we demand, QD is basically quantity which we demand, is a function of price. Y is normally in economics we call it as a income. Y is denoted for income because of certain Greek words. That is what normally we use it. The price of the related product, taste and preferences, right? Number of consumers, so many factors, right? So the point I'm making is that mathematically we can say that the quantity that demanded by one person or a group of person is a function of the price, income, price of related products, taste and preferences, number of consumers, time factor, so many factors, right? You can list n number of factors. I have listed only 5 to 6 factors only I have listed. So basically, a demand, what we defined in the earlier slide is basically, demand is basically the quantity of the goods which people are willing to buy and able to do, able to buy it. That is, there is a purchasing power. Is influenced by the price of the goods, consumer income, price of related goods, taste and preferences, price expectations, number of consumers, time, taste, so many factors also there, right? So it is mathematically proved as quantity demanded is a function of price, income, price of related products, taste and preferences, number of consumers, time, weather conditions, so many factors, etc., etc. Now, what is the law of demand? What the law of demand is says? So the law of demand says that the law of demand says that the law of demand says that when other things remain equal, I'll tell you what is the word called other things remain equal. The quantity of the demand, quantity of the goods demanded falls when the price comes down, and the quantity will increase, right? Quantity will increase, right? Or quantity will come down if the price increase. Meaning, I'll repeat it again. The law of demand says that the quantity demanded falls when the price is increases, and the quantity get increases when the price comes down, right? When other things remain equal. The meaning, the law of demand explains the relationship between the price and the quantity demanded. Now, coming back to my factors, I have listed you a lot of factors which are influencing the quantity which we demanded. But the law of demand talks about only the relationship between the price of the goods and the quantity which we demanded. That means when other things remain equal, that's the word we have used it. When other things remain equal, that means when the consumer income remain unchanged, when the price of related goods remain unchanged, when the taste and preference remain unchanged, when the price and expectations remain unchanged, the number of consumers remain unchanged. If the quantity demanded changes based upon the price of the goods, then we can say that there is that process, that system is what we call as a law of demand. So the law of demand says that when the price increases, the quantity comes down, and when the prices decreases, quantity which is demanded will increase it. That we call as a law of demand. That means basically when other things remain equal, that means the price of the related goods, income, everything, other things remain same. And when there's a change in the demand or the quantity which we demanded, there's based upon the price of the product, and then we can say there's a law of demand is there, and the law of demand explain the inverse relationship between the price and the quantity which we demanded. So if we put the graph on the diagram, right, on the x and y axis, if we put it, we can see that when the price increases, the quantity comes down. That means when the price is at the P1, that's higher side, right? The quantity which is demanded is Q1, quantity 1. When the price comes down, P2, the quantity demanded increases to Q2 from Q1. And when the price comes down to P3, that is, from P2 to P3, the quantity demanded increase from Q2 to Q3, right? That means the quantity which is demanded by the people is influenced by the price, and the law of demand says that when the price increases, the quantity demanded comes down, and when the prices comes down, quantity demanded increase it. What we call is the law of demand. So I repeat it. The demand is influenced by price, consumer income, price of related goods, taste and preferences, price expectations, number of consumers, and other factors. Now, what is the law of demand? Law of demand is talking about only the relationship between the price and the quantity demanded. And the theory says that, the law says that when the price increases, quantity comes down, and when the price comes down, quantity increases. That is the relationship between the law, the price and the quantity demanded. What we call as a law of demand, we call it as a demand curve. This graph, when this relationship is plotted in a graph, we call it a demand, curve. What this called as a demand relationship, right? Now, I have put it in a like a tabular format. The same, for example, in the case of ice cream, when the price is at 10, the quantity demanded is 30, and when the price increased to 15, the quantity demand remained 30. But again, when the price is increased to 20, the quantity demand came down to 25, and it goes like that. That means at the 40, the quantity demanded is 10, and at the price of 10, the quantity demanded is 10. That means in the case of a law of demand, there is inverse relationship between the quantity demanded and the price of the product. That is what we call law of demand. Clear, students? Clear? Students, clear? Now, a shift in demand. What is a shift in demand? I told you the quantity which is demanded is influenced by several factors, not just by the price, right? And the law of demand talks about the relationship between the price of the goods and the quantity demanded. That is what we got as a law of demand. So, what will happen to the demand when there is income change, when there is a change in the price of related goods, when there is a change in the taste and preferences, and so factors, right? So, what we call this process, what we call as a shift in demand. That means when the shift in demand, all right, what is a shift in demand is basically when the price remain unchanged, right? When the price remain unchanged, right? In the case of law of demand, we said when other things remain unchanged. But here, what we use the word when the price remain equal or price remain unchanged, right? The quantity demanded can be changed if the income, the price of the related goods, the taste and preference, price expectation, number of consumers changes it. In this relationship, we call it a shift in demand. That means the law of demand is a relationship between the price and the quantity demanded, and the shift in demand is the relationship between the quantity demanded and other factors like income, related price of related goods, taste and preferences, price expectations, number of consumers, etc. So, what we call this process as a shift in demand because it is basically not purely related to the price because the price is an important factor. That's why we call it a law of demand. Now, coming to the point, when the price remain unchanged, right? For example, the ice cream price remain same throughout the year, right? But there can be change in the demand quantity demanded for the ice cream based upon the weather of the, based upon the climate or based upon the weather. So normally during the summer season, there will be demand for the demand for the ice cream. It is not because of the price, it is because of the weather, right? Now in the winter season, you can see that there will be less demand for the, shift. There's less demand for the ice cream because it is because of the weather only, not because of the price, right? So because of other factors other than the price, there can be change in the quantity which is demanded, what we call as a shift in demand. It can be a consumer income, it can be price of related goods, it can be taste and preferences, it can be price expectation, it can be number of consumers, it can be your, the weather conditions, it can be climate, it can be, other factors also, what we call as a shift in demand. So remember students, the law of demand or demand is influenced by several factors, and the law of demand is talking about the relationship between the price of the goods and the quantity demanded, and the shift in demand talks about the relationship between the quantity demanded and other factors other than the price of the product. Yeah. Now, shift in demand. Normally, you must have seen in this diagram, right? We have a slope, right? Downward curve. We call it a downward curve. So we cannot again draw it. It is not possible because we have given price one side and we have given quantity on the other side. On one axis we have given the price, and another axis we have given quantity which is demanded. So it is not possible to again draw it. So what normally we use it, we use the same diagram, but what normally we use it as a shift in like for example in this is called as a the price curve, but these two are basically called as a like a shift in demand. So I'll explain what is shift in demand. So when there is an increase in the price, that means during the summer seasons there will be change, there will be increase in the demand for ice creams, right? Automatically what will happen, the quantity will increase it. That means the D1 will go to the D2. That means the demand curve will move to the right side if there is a increase in the demand because of other factors other than the price. Now, for example, during the winter season, the demand can come down, right? Because normally people don't use, don't prefer ice creams during the winter seasons. So automatically demand for ice cream will come down during the winter sessions or winter seasons. So automatically what will happen, the demand for the quantity which is demanded during the winter season will come down. So we call it as a D3. That means the shift of curve to the in the left side, we call it as a decrease in demand, and the shift of demand curve to the right side, we call it as a increase in demand. So the students, please remember, we can draw the diagram in multiply by replacing the price. We can draw it, but normally what we in economics we call it as a, we will use the same curve and we will try to draw the diagram by using the shift in demand curve by either the right side or left side, depending upon the increase or decrease. So that is what we call it as a shift in demand. So I just repeat it. The law of demand is the relationship between price of the goods and the quantity demanded, and the shift in demand is basically other factors and the quantity demanded. That is what we call as a shift in demand. Some examples I have given you. For example, consumer income. As the income increases, the demand for normal goods will increase it. As the income increases, the demand for inferior goods will decrease. This is some little complicated. I'll just brief you for example, what are the normal goods? For example, rice is basically a normal good, right? Then what is the inferior goods? For example, let us say I'm a poor man, right? So since I'm a poor man, right, I normally use a tapioca or some locally available the food. I don't use rice. I don't use basmati rice. I don't use quality rices. I don't use it. So automatically, what theory says that when the income increases, automatically the demand for the product should increase. That is what normally we say it. But in the case of certain goods, for example, let us say I am taking ration rice, right? Normally, people at lower income level only take the ration prices. For example, let us say that I'm a poor guy. I don't have income, so I normally take the ration price. So automatically, what happened? The shift in demand says that when my income is increased, for example, government is giving me more, subsidy and more, cash they are giving in the form of like labor or some in the form of some incentives or some pensions, right? So automatically my income is increased, right? So automatically what will happen? My demand for the rice should increase it. But what I do, instead of buying the same ration rice, I tend to buy the basmati rice or some costly rice, which is about 30 rupees or 50 rupees. So automatically what happened? The demand for the actual rices remains same, right? But demand for other rices increases. That is what we call as inferior goods. So in the case of inferior goods, if there is an increase the income, the demand for the inferior goods will come down or will remain same. And for normal goods, the demand will increase it. That is what we call as a normal goods and inferior goods. Now, in the case of price of related goods, what is the price of related goods? I told you, example of the tea powder and coffee powder, right? So I said you that when the price of the coffee powder increases, automatically people will switch over to the coffee powder, right? The same way, in the case of if the price of the tea powder increases, automatically people will prefer to switch over to coffee powder. That is we call as substitute products. Then there is another product what we call as a complementary products, or we call as a as I said example, what's called this cartridge and printer, right? So when the price of the cartridge, when the price of the printer increases, automatically demand for the cartridge will come down because people will not buy the printer. If there is no printer, there is no cartridge, all right? So that we call as a complementary goods. So the price of the related goods and the quantity demanded depends upon the type of goods, which is a substitute or it can be complementary goods. In the case of substitute good, there is a parallel relationship is there, but in the case of complementary goods, there is an inverse relationship is there. That means when the price of one product, what is called as a printer increases, the demand for the cartridge will come down because both are a complementary product. That means the printer cannot be used without cartridge, and the cartridge cannot be used without printer. That's called as a complementary or complementary goods. So we have discussed the law of demand. We have discussed shift in demand also. Now I just summarize it. The law of demand represents the price and the quantity demanded, and the shift in demand represent the other factors like income, the price of related goods, taste, expectation, number of buyers, and change in the quantity demanded. That is a relationship. Now I'll go to the supplies. What is supply? So we have discussed the law of demand. What is a demand? What are the factors which are influencing the demand? The law of demand and the shift in demand also we have discussed. We come to the point of the law of supply or the supply. What is supply? So in the case of demand, I want to simplify it. In the case of demand, we look at the definition. The amount of a good that buyers are willing and able to buy it, right? That means the quantity the buyers are ready to buy and they have the purchasing power to buy it. That is what we call as a demand. Now coming to the definition of supply, all right? What is supply? Is the amount of quantity that sellers are ready to supply or willing to supply and able to sell it. What we call as a quantity supply or the supply. So the demand is basically the function of the consumers, and the quantity supply or the supply is basically the function of the sellers. So what is supply? Supply is basically the quantity which is the seller is ready to sell and able to sell it. What we call say quantity supply or the supply. I'll give you an example which will make you understand what is the difference. Let us say I'm a wheat producer, right? So let us say that I'm a wheat producer. So I produce the wheat, I sell it in the market. Let us say my cost of producing 1 kg of wheat is 10 rupees. Let us say 10 rupees, right? And I have the quantity to sell, right? I am also willing to sell it also, right? But the problem is that it is at 10 rupees. My cost of production is 10 rupees. I want a margin of 10 rupees. So I have to sell it for 20 rupees. But let us say that the price in the market, the normal price in the market for the wheat is basically 5 rupees. And my cost of production is basically 10 rupees. So I cannot sell it because I cannot sell it for loss, right? I told you yesterday, seller is selling for his benevolence and the buyer is buying it for his benevolence, right? That's what I told you yesterday. Now, what is the supply says that? Supply says that seller should be ready and seller should be able to sell it at a price which he demands it or which he wants to sell it. That's what we got to say quantity is supplied. Now, like in the case of demand, the quantity or the supply also influenced by the price of the goods that is able to sell it. Second, input prices, that means the materials, other, like land, labor, capital. Then the technology which is used for the production, the price expectations, the number of sellers in the market, like in the case of demand. So the quantity supplied is influenced by the price of the good, the input prices, that means the raw material prices, the technology which is available, because if you want to produce more goods, you need more sophisticated technology. The price of price expectation, right? And the number of sellers, like number of supplies in the market. All these factors decide what is the quantity which is to be supplied to the market by the seller, right? Now, what will be the definition of what will be the law of demand? What will be the the mathematical equation of the supply? As in the case of demand, the quantity supplied is a function of price, input prices, technology, price expectation, number of sellers, weather conditions, etc. Right? The same definition, same mathematical equation. So the quantity supplied the market is a function of the price, raw material prices, that is called input prices, the technology which they use it, the price expectations, number of sellers in the market, weather conditions, right? So many factors are there. What we call as a demand, supply function. All right. Now, what will happen to the law of supply? Now, let us see what is the law of supply. The same in the case of law of demand. The law of supply explains the relationship between the price and the quantity supplied in the market. So, the law of supply explains the relationship between the price and the quantity which is supplied in the market. Right? Now, what does the law of demand says? Law of supply says. Law of supply says that when other things remain equal, that is, the input prices, technology, price expectation, number of sellers, etc. When other things remain unchanged or when other things remain equal, the quantity supplied, right? The quantity supplied increases when the prices increases, and the quantity supplied decreases when the price decreases, right? There's a parallel relationship between the price and the quantity supplied. But in the case of demand, they say opposite. There is an inverse relationship between the price and the quantity demanded. But in the case of law of supply, there is a parallel relationship between the price and the quantity supplied. Meaning, when the price increases, the seller tries to sell more products, right? And when the price comes down, the seller tries to reduce the price. The seller tries to reduce the quantity which is supplied in the market, right? Now, if you plot the same diagram, right, the price and the quantity supplied. In the case of law of demand, you got an downward curve, right? You got a downward curve. But in the case of a law of supply, you will get a upward curve, what we call as a parallel relationship between the law of supply. That is the price and the quantity supplied. That means at the price 3, the quantity supplied is Q3, and the price 2, the quantity supplied is Q2, and the price 1, quantity supplied is Q1. That means when the price increases from P1 to P2, quantity supplied increases from Q1 to Q2, and when the price increases from Q2 to P3, the quantity supplied increase from Q2 to Q3. That is a relationship. That means the relationship between the law of the supply, quantity supplied, and the price is basically a parallel relationship. That means when the price increases, quantity supplied increases, and when the price comes down, the quantity supplied decreases. This is the law of supply. The same example, right? At the price 10, the quantity supplied is 10. At the price 40, the quantity supplied is 35. That means when the price increases, quantity supplied also increases. And when the price comes down, quantity supplied also decreases. All right. Now, what is the law of, what is the shift in supply? The case of the same in the case of, sorry, they say some. What is the law of this shift in supply? So when I said earlier, the quantity supplied is influenced by the price, input prices, technology, price expectation, number of sellers. And the law of supply talks about the relationship between price and the quantity supplied. when other things remain equal. Now here the price remain equal, right? Other things keeps on changing. That is input prices, right? Technology, price expectations, number of sellers, right? So the shift in supply says that the quantity supplied can be changed when the input prices changes, when the technology changes, when there is an expectation in the prices, and when number of sellers changes it. For example, let us say the raw material prices increased. Automatically, the quantity supplied will come down because you cannot sell it more at more prices. Or you have a more sophisticated technology, all right? You will try to produce more products, so supply will increase it. Suppose you think that today's apple price is 100 rupees. There's a likely chance that tomorrow the apple price may go to 150 rupees. So what you will do, you will try to not to sell the product today. You will try to sell the product tomorrow, right? Number of sellers in the market. For example, more numbers are there. Automatically, you will try to reduce your supply because automatically you can get the benefit of supply shortage of supply, right? So the point I'm making is that the law of supply, that is shift in supply, says that when the price remain equal, when the price remain unchanged, if there is a change in demand due to the input prices, technology, price expectation, number of sellers, etc., we call it as a shift in demand. That is the relationship between other things, other factors, and the quantity supplied is called as a shift in demand. Same curve, right? So the what we said, the price and the quantity supplied is an upward curve. On the right side, right? When there is a shift in supply, right? That means increase in there. It will go to the right side, and if there is a decrease, it will go to the left side, right? The same in the case of quantity demanded or shift in demand curve. The same is a curve. The law of supply. I sum up the law of supply. The law of supply is basically the relationship between the price and the quantity supplied, and the shift in supply is basically the relationship between input prices, technology, expectation, and number of prices. That is the relationship between these factors and the quantity demanded. That's what we call the law of shift in supply. Now, what is equilibrium price? This is a little complicated, and I have to simplify it. I'll take 2 minutes break and come back to you. The class will amplify. Okay, shall we start again? Shall we resume? Yeah. So, what is equilibrium? And what is the equilibrium? And what is the equilibrium price? And what is the equilibrium quantity? Now, we have discussed. Look at the slides earlier. We have discussed the law of demand. We have discussed shift in demand. We have discussed law of supply, and we have discussed shift in supply. Now we have discussed independently. We have discussed each one independently. That is law of demand separately, the law of supply separately, right? Now we'll discuss together, right? The demand and supply together we'll discuss it. Now I told you, remember, the demand is basically the quantity demanded, and the supply is basically the quantity which is supplied in the market. In simple term. Now, what is a equilibrium? I told you the seller is ready to sell at a price which is comfortable for him, right? And the buyer is ready to buy at a price which is comfortable for the buyer, right? So, what is equilibrium price means? The price which is agreed by the buyer and which is agreed by the seller. Now, when I say agreed, when I use the word agreed, it is not a term called agreed. It is basically implied meaning, right? So, what the equilibrium means? Equilibrium means it is a situation in which, right, the price has reached the level where the quantity supplied is equal to quantity demanded. Meaning, it is a price, right, which is agreed by the seller, which is agreed by the buyer. That means, at a particular point price, the seller is ready to sell it, and buyer also ready to buy it. For example, I told the example yesterday. Normally, the chicken price is 200 rupees. Let us say chicken price is 150 rupees. Let us say normal average price is 150 rupees. So, at the 150 rupees, the seller is ready to sell it because he gets a profit, and buyer also ready to buy it because it is economical for him. That is what we call as equilibrium. That situation, that level is called as equilibrium level. Now, what is equilibrium price? Equilibrium price means the price, right, at which quantity is supplied and the quantity demanded, right? And what is the equilibrium quantity? The quantity supplied and the quantity demanded at the price which is agreed. What we call as equilibrium quantity or equilibrium price. So, what is equilibrium? Equilibrium means, right, the level at which the price and the quantity is agreed by both buyer and seller, right? If it is a price, it is called equilibrium price. If it is a quantity, we call it equilibrium quantity. Now come to the point. What we said, example of chicken, at 150 rupees, the seller is ready to sell it, and the buyer is ready to buy it, right? So 150 is the equilibrium price. Normally, average people buy 1 kg quantity. We can say that equilibrium quantity is 1 kg quantity per person, right? So, equilibrium means the situation where the price has reached the level where the quantity demanded and the quantity supplied, is equal, intersect each other. If I draw you the diagram, you will understand it. Now, let us say this, like I have given you the two, schedule. One is a demand, second is supply. So, first I will discuss about the demand schedule, then I will talk about the supply schedule. Now, look at the demand schedule. At the price 10, the quantity demanded is 30. That means when the price is down, more quantities demanded. And when the price goes to 40 rupees, the quantity demanded is 10. That means when the price goes to 40, the quantity demanded comes down to 10, from 30 to 10. Now coming to the supply side, in the case of at a price of 10, the quantity supplied is 10, and at the price of 40, the quantity supplied is 35. That means when the price is less, quantity supplied is less, and when the price is goes to 40, the quantity supplied increases to 35. Now look at the price 25. Look at the price 25. Now 25, the quantity demanded is 20 and the quantity supplied is 20. That means it is a price agreed by the supplier and the price agreed by the buyer. So the 25 can be called as an equilibrium price and 20 can be called as an equilibrium quantity. That means at 25 rupees, the quantity demanded is equal to the quantity supplied. That means at 25 rupees, the quantity demanded is 20 and the quantity supplied is 20. What we call as an equilibrium level. And the price, that is 25, we call as equilibrium price, and the quantity 20, we call as a equilibrium quantity. Clear? Although normally we said in the case of law of supply, the supply curve is always upward curve. So we have drawn upward curve. That means it is because of the price and the quantity supply relationship. The relationship says that when the price increases, the quantity also increases. That means at this price, the quantity supplied is this. At this price, that means this price, quantity supplied is this. That means when the price increases, the quantity supplied also increases. So automatically, there is upward curve is there. Now I draw the quantity demanded. That is demand curve. As I said earlier, in the case of law of demand, there is an inverse relationship between the law of the price and the quantity demanded. So there is a downward curve is there, right? That means when the price increases, the quantity demanded comes down, and when the prices comes down, quantity demanded increases, right? So I put both the law of demand and the law of supply together in a graph. One is a downward, that's the law of demand. Demand curve is a downward, and the upward curve is the law of supply or the supply curve. Now look at the equilibrium, 25, right? Right? Look at the quantity. Now if you look at this graph, at 25, at the price 25, at the price 25, the quantity demanded is 20 and the quantity supplied is called 20. We call it the equilibrium quantity and the equilibrium price, right? That is a point where the demand curve and the supply curve intersect each other. What we call as a equilibrium. What we call as a equilibrium in economics or in finance, right? So with this, I will stop it, right? I'll take 5 minutes for question answer. Then I will, wind up it. So the equilibrium is basically the quantity which is agreed by both buyer and the seller. Here it is called 25 is the equilibrium price and quantity is a 20 is the equilibrium quantity. With this, I will take up the question for 5 minutes and I will wind up my session.
Hi, sir. This is Nancy Visari. So thank you for that amazing class. I only had one question, sir. So today we spoke about law of demand and law of supply, right? So in the textbook, I was just referring to it simultaneously. I don't find any details with regards to equilibrium. So do we refer to your notes for that or...
I don't know. Students, please remember, I just want to inform you that when we take any session, we are all actually basically university teachers. When we take teachers, we don't look at each point and take the classes, because we, as a teacher, we have a responsibility to take the entire topics, right? So I don't know the content in your syllabus, or I don't know, the terms which are used in your syllabus. We take the classes, as a whole, because we cannot make you a half-baked cake, right? You have to teach you the full course, right?
Sir, hello, sir. This is Abid Shai.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Nancy, there is this topic here in the page 14. I think from 13 it is starting.
Page 14, is
Uh,
it?
hello, hello,
13,
sir.
13.
Am I audible, sir? There,
Yeah,
Abir
please.
Shai. Sir, can you please show the PPT, the demand and supply card, please? Again,
Which
I have a where's the
we-
card?
we-
So, sir, can you please just explain that surplus region? I couldn't understand because my connection was a little bit
surplus
clumsy.
region, I didn't explain it because it will take some more time. So I thought I will explain to the next class. Is it okay?
Okay, sir. Okay. Sure.
Hello, sir. This is
Yeah,
Pranav.
please.
That was a great session, sir. So my question here is regarding the supply part.
Yeah.
So just to give an example, when we book an airline ticket, when the supply is more, you can see the prices are less, and the prices go up with the decrease in supply. But when in the graph which you have explained, we can see that the prices are less when the supply is less.
Yeah, actually, first of all the students should understand it. All economic theories are based upon certain assumptions, right? So, actually, since I don't have much time to take the class on that, all economic theories, it is not the law of demand or law of supply, any economic theories, all the theories are based upon the assumptions only, right? We assume that, for example, in the case of this, flight prices, right? You asked about the airline prices and all. It is basically called as a flexi price, right? So it is basically a pricing strategy, right? So we can say that, for example, let us say that uh, for example, when the airline is selling the ticket at a price, right, and the capacity is almost about full, automatically they will increase the prices because the quantity, the seats which is available is very less, right? So the pricing strategy is completely different from economic theories, right? For example, you can see that many Flipkart nowadays sales are going on, so there's a huge demand for an Apple phone, right? But still they have reduced the price of the Apple phone. So we cannot, explicitly say that because it all depends upon the pricing strategy, and all economic theories are based upon the assumptions. That means all economic theories are built on assumptions. We assume that these are the things will go. Like, for example, let us say, for example, the inflation and other things. We assume that if there is a price inflation is there, automatically job will come. It is not always true. So economic theories are based upon the assumptions. It can be true whole or it can be wrong also. Clear?
Got it, sir. So basically, we have to.
Yeah, please.
So, sir, is there any maths or managerial maths is questions are going to come in this based on the formulas what we are learning?
I think not derivations. There will be no derivation, but it can be asked for normally, for example, it can be asked what is the demand function. So you have to explain the formula manner, but not like derivations.
Okay. So like the price elasticity, we have some formula. So
but no need to, like the formulas are there. I'll be explaining you the formulas. But I don't know exactly whether they will ask that. It depends upon the the person who set the question paper, right?
Okay.
Yes, sir. Just got your point, sir. So we have to interpret demand and supply and take a convenient point on that when it comes to a specific point.
But actually, as I said earlier, I repeat it again. All the economic theories are based upon the assumptions only. We assume that it will be like that. Okay.
Got it, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions? Shall we wind up? I think
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, can you please give me one session for how to present the answers in examination, sir?
I think we can take up in the next class. Okay. I think your second, the other teacher is waiting for you.
Not now, sir. Can you please give me one other session for how to present the examination answers?
Okay. Okay. Thank you, all of you. Thank you so much.
Sir.
Hello, guys. Hello, anyone? Anyone can
Yes,
hear me?
yes, sir. Tell me, sir.
But sir, actually, I'm a student. Actually, I recently joined here. I have a lot of doubts actually regarding this thing. It would be nice if you make a WhatsApp group actually.
There is a WhatsApp group.
So can you add me on that? Just now I have shared my number here.
I think admin
Got it. Someone added me. Thanks a lot. And I have one more doubt actually. The thing is, my name, there is a slight spelling mistake is there. Okay. I want to change that, as well as I am currently working in Bangalore. I may be moving out from here soon. So how can I change my exam center to Hyderabad or Kerala?
You should email.
Hi, sir. Jacob, sir. I'm also working in Bangalore also. Can you please add my number also? Can you please do that fast, please, sir?
I am not. I don't know who is handling the WhatsApp group. I'm just came in actually.
Please, ma'am has joined. Please let us discuss.
Okay.
See, I would like to share. DD don't have any official WhatsApp group, right? So whatever you are creating among yourself and whatever you are circulating, the information are not authenticated by the DD. Okay, so don't totally rely upon whatever you people are circulating among yourself. I would say that it's not wrong, but still, if you want authenticated information, you just visit DD website now and then, so that you will not miss the notifications there.
Ma'am, the issue is I am calling them for many times and they are not even picking the phone.
No, there is a help desk email ID and other IDs are available in the DD website. You can send to that. Okay, send emails to that. It will take time because we have thousands of students. It's not that it will be immediately answered, but all the queries are attended to. I can assure that. So what you have to do is send emails to DD for name change. You cannot solve that in the groups.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
It has to be addressed by the DD. So try to understand the difference. And
recently, I tried for.
Suggest that.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. I got it, ma'am.
These WhatsApp groups, just listen to what I'm saying, because in past we had official groups which were not properly, used by the students. Because you are having the data of other students and it was not properly used, and that way we are using WhatsApp groups. So
actually, ma'am, your voice is breaking too much. I'm not able to hear it. I think it's your issue.
I think just hold on, I'm opening up the PPT.
Okay. Anyway, ma'am, we can continue it. I'll follow up the email and other things. Thank you.
Jacob, sir, can you please add my number also? Can you please do that fast?
Ma'am, I have a question. Like in most of the distance learning, we don't get classes. So in here, what this degree will give us? Like what kind of degree we will be getting?
I don't get your point. Come again.
So in distance learning, we don't get classes mostly, right? I mean, we'd be getting distance learning MBA or in the degree, or how is it? Like, wanted to ask that.
I don't get your question. You want to know that how the degree will be?
Yes.
Certificate will be. Yeah, certificate will have the words that you have studied in Directorate of Distance Education.
Okay.
It's mandatory according to UGC, so that will be printed in the degree.
The first semester when they are conducting, ma'am?
Are you able to see the presentation?
No, not yet.
No. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, I can.
Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am? Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. So, ma'am, I would like to ask a question, ma'am. With having this distance education MBA, can we set for the examinations like UGC NET or any PhD examinations?
Yes, of course. This is on par with any regular MBA. You can go for higher studies as well as any job, or you can write NET exam also. There is nothing which is going to stop you from that.
Okay, ma'am.
This is a central university degree. The institution which is awarding the degree is distance education. That's all. Otherwise, there is nothing changed. Okay.
Okay, okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I think you are able to see the screen,
One
PPT?
query, ma'am. Will
Yes,
our
madam.
teacher
Yes,
mention?
yes.
Yes, ma'am. Now visible.
Yeah, so
Please
shall we
start.
start the
Yes,
class?
ma'am. It's visible. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes. So yesterday we have seen that till planning, if I'm right, okay? So we
Your
are
voice
going
is
to see
breaking.
the next thing. What
Your voice
the
is breaking.
management needs apart from planning to connect the efficient management. Right? You would have heard this word very
Ma'am, your
often.
voice is breaking.
Madam, your voice is breaking.
We can't understand.
I don't know. Last class it was good, and suddenly only first semesters are having this problem. Third semester class is good. Maybe because
Ma'am,
of
but
Now it's
last
good.
class was
Now it's
too
good.
good, ma'am.
Classes were good.
Just too good, ma'am. But now it's breaking out too much.
okay. Just hold on. I'll check with the technical team. Just hold on, right?
Ma'am, now we are able to hear you, ma'am. Just off
Yeah,
the video.
properly. Where is this strategy? Anyone know in the book which page it is? Anyone referring to the book also?
Hello. Right. So we are trying another one bandwidth so that let us see whether it is possible. It will take some time, 5-10 minutes to set up that. So till that we will continue in this. Okay.
Okay.
Right. If it is possible in between the class, I'll shift to that room. So we will see. Right. Okay. So let's start. So strategies. All of us would be hearing this word very often. Strategy. What is it? Strategy is like having a plan which will be optimizing the route to attain the goal. That is strategy. Okay. Actually, strategies you can see that they are usually used for wars. When a war or a battle is going on, you will be looking for some strategy on how to win that battle. That is being started.
We can't hear anything at all.
Ma'am,
Your voice is breaking, ma'am. We are
modulation
not
is
able to follow anything, ma'am.
Oh, okay, I'm keeping the mic closer. Are you able to hear now?
When you are asking, it's okay, ma'am. But when you proceed to take classes, it's literally breaking.
Okay, then I'll
We
be
are
a
unable
little
to
bit
hear
slow.
anything.
Maybe when I'm continuously talking, it's not able to print. I'll be a little slow. Okay.
Ma'am,
What I was-
is there any headphone you can use? Then I think it will be better.
No,
Sometimes
we have checked. We have checked that. That's why I cut the video also. This is actually our connectivity issue. This is actually here it is a little bit raining and BSNL is facing some problem in the university. So it's purely connectivity issue from the university side. Nothing to do with any other thing. So just hold on. We are connecting another one system with our DD band with another one link. Let us see how it works. Right.
It's better we wait for 5 minutes, yeah, because
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, let me try slowly. If you are able to hear it, say, otherwise we'll wait. Okay.
Yeah, if you can.
Yes, ma'am, we can wait. We can wait.
Okay. Shall I start strategies now? Are you able to hear?
No, ma'am. No. You are breaking again.
I think we should.
Your voice is completely breaking, ma'am. We are not able to hear
Okay,
you
then
properly.
kindly wait. We are setting up with the other one.
Cool, no problem. Yeah.
Any page reference? Anyone from the book for this topic?
It's
Anyone knows?
84.
Thank you. What about the previous ones? I mean, previous topics in the book. Can't hear Linu.
I also wanted to ask class, do we have understanding as to what kind of questions would come in the examination?
We have the previous year questions. I think someone created a Google Drive. You can refer to that.
How is it available? How can I
In
access
the
that?
website, Saima, in the website you can see, Saima. You have the D right?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, in that you can get the previous year question papers.
Okay, thank you so much.
You have for 5 years. I think 5 set of questions.
Yes.
But one thing actually, I've noticed that like there is one compulsory question which carries 20 marks in each subject.
Case study.
So I think it's compulsory and they are problematic questions. I think so. Even if we work on the problems from question paper, maybe like what we get might be different. So maybe we need some practice. We need some examples also from the professors.
Yeah.
Correct, Vanessa.
So you were saying the compulsory questions from the question banks, or you refer some of them?
Yeah, from the question papers.
From question papers.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we have two papers which has problematic.
Yes. And anyway, we have been having less time to study.
Yeah. So I think the exam will start from next month. I'm not sure if it's end or mid.
We don't have time. How come we don't have
Okay,
if it is next month, we don't even have one complete month to study.
Even most of the people are working professionals, and it is very difficult to follow.
And one more point is we want to know how to summarize the points from our materials.
Yeah.
How to collect the information.
Another question I have on the subject. Another question I have from the subject, like from the book, if you are referring, like we have planning yesterday, right? We covered planning, right?
Yes.
So
Can you please put yourself on mute if you're not talking?
And one more thing is we want some volunteers. Can you please vote all of you in the poll sheet which I have posted in the WhatsApp group? Could you please all of you vote in that? We want volunteers to summarize the questions. Kindly all of you vote for that.
Only for questions, we have to guide some people who because they are working professionally in office work and they want to study. So some volunteers, 1 or 2 means it will be okay for us. We have so much for MBA will be general exams will be there. So at least we want to be 5 or 3 persons volunteer means it will be good.
Are you guys following any other reference book, or you are only studying the materials which you have got?
No time to study the
No
material.
time to
which they
study
got.
the material only. That is a problem, and even I got only 3 books. I don't know. I have downloaded the PDF as well for the notes. Only got 3 books. Even I didn't
No,
refer any of the books.
yeah, I saw the PDF, but it's as it is same like the material itself. Some topics and all.
So from the book, if we saw, if you can see, like, I mean, before this we had other topics like main nature of management, social responsibility, ties with business manager. So those are skipped, or like we should study
I'm not
those also.
able to hear anything. I would request to put yourself on mute if you're not talking.
Excuse me, anyone from West Bengal?
I am here.
I am here from Kolkata.
Okay. So all of you are from means from which area? Means like operations or
Kolkata,
means
Kolkata.
general management. I'm not asking for your.
I am from operation.
Okay. So I have shared a group link, WhatsApp group. Just we have created in the yesterday. Okay. So you can join on that group. So it will be very good for us. For the
Actually, for
Which
first
group
year,
is
I
there?
think everything is common. I think for first year, only for second year, the subjects will be changed.
Balaji, if you can go on mute, I think some noise is coming.
So
Abir,
I
I
have
couldn't
shared
get
my
you.
number. So those who are from West Bengal, so can they make a group, because it will be very good for us
No,
when we
there is
have
a
the examinations, because the examination center will be in Kolkata. I think so.
yes.
Yes,
So
there is an
yeah.
exam center in Kolkata. Sir, in Bangalore also available, sir? In exam center?
Every city.
Every state has a center, but in West Bengal there is a center in Kolkata. So if anyone from Kolkata, so they can please create a group for
No,
the
Bangalore. Bangalore is there any available in the exam center, sir?
I think so. There is a link in the website. You can go through that link. You can see the PCP centers actually.
Sir, could you please, who are these in Bangalore? Can you please add this number, sir, in Bangalore session?
Yes.
I'm
Yeah.
from
Sure.
Karnataka only. Yeah. Who's that? Subramanya, sir? If we get at least some time, we can study at least, and next month, I don't know how it will be.
Hello? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am, very clearly.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Clear. Now it is very clear.
Very clear.
Should be perfect.
Are you able to see the screen, PPT?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
But I am not able to see the screen. Wait.
You
எனக்கு screen தெரியுது. Okay, எனக்கு தெரியுதா? Okay. Camera on? தேவையில்லை. அட்மிட் ஆயிடும்ல. தேவையில்லை. Okay.
Madam, can you share your PPT in with us so we can it will help us when we are reading at home.
Yes, we can do that, but you should understand that see, PPTs are only teaching tools and not learning. Okay, so we make it that a way that it will be helpful for us to what do you say, to make you understand. That's why I use some visual graphic things so that it will be easier for you to understand and not the bullet points which is already available in your study materials. So always make it a habit that go to books, your study material and the reference books we give, and if you still want more, you can always go to libraries or go to Google Books. That will be more helpful. Okay, don't rely only upon these PPTs, because if you study the bullet points, sometimes I really get shocked in the exam papers also you write only bullet points, which will not help you score the marks. Okay.
Ma'am, I have a question in this actually. Like you said, we will have to we have reference books and all. We can refer it. Yeah, that's the right thing for gaining the knowledge. But since you said like we are having exam in the next month probably, so in that case we have actually very less time, and normally each semester would have 6 months or at least 5 months to study, but we have in case like we have only 1 month or less than 1 month. In that case, even if we refer other books also, like we will have very short time to study and things and all. And in exam point of view, we will have to pass the exam and get good grades. In that case, even if we study the book which the university has provided under each topic, I've noticed that like there are a lot of things, but we would not know exactly what is expected for the particular question. For example, we can
You can refer to the study materials. Study materials has a lot actually. That itself will help you. Study materials is more than enough for you to write the examination.
There will be some keyword. Only when we write it, we will get marks. But if
not
we
like that. Who said that?
Sorry?
Who said that? There is nothing like the keywords you have to write.
No, but for each question, normally some particular answer is expected, right? If we don't write it, even if we write something else related to that, like it will not be right anyways, right? We will not get the full score. That's what I'm
It's not
asking.
like that. All these are assumptions. You refer to your study materials. You have enough time. Actually, for the first semester, most of the papers are easier to understand. And I would say that, see, all of you are management students, and this is like a test for you to manage your time and plan properly. After we have started studying how to plan and organize things, okay? So I would say that you start practicing the management here itself. You cannot complain that we don't have enough time, because I would say you are fortunate that you are the first batch who is going to get the degree on time within 2 years after the corona. So thanks for that, and write the examinations with confidence. Don't listen to all these rumors that you have to write the exact answers to get the marks and all. See, whatever you understand the question, you answer to that with the help of whatever study material you are referring to. And most of the time, see, all of you are working, so you know about the organizations and how things work. So I would suggest that take up the experience from your real time life also and answer that in the questions in the exam, right? That will help you to score more marks, right? Okay. So in sharing of the PPTs, I will share my PPT. Why I am saying is PPTs are intellectual property of the teachers. Whether they want to share or not, it is up to them. So you cannot, what do you say, ask that it has to be uploaded in the website. Okay. So if it is possible, we will be doing it in the website. And if possible, we will be sharing with you. Sometimes there are many other factors like the server error or no space. So understand that, and whatever is available, do with that. Okay. In my case, I'm ready to share the PPT. I will do that. Okay. Shall we continue?
Yes, madam.
Yes. Okay. So we were in strategies, right? So as I was telling you about the strategies were actually used in the wars and battles so that the optimization of resource will be used and that it can be achieved. The target can be achieved. Okay. So that's why I given you a figure. You can see that. So when a lot of resource is there, it's like a noodles there, you can see, it is confused. You don't know where to channelize your energy, resource, and the talent. So when you have a set of strategy, when you clearly have a plan and you clearly tell the people on what to do, how to do, and when to do, where to do, all these questions answered. So what happens when the role ambiguity is eliminated? That itself is a big strategy. If you do that, what happens? The target can be easily achieved. That is a what do you say? Easier way to explain strategy. But strategy is much beyond. You will be having a separate paper on strategy in your second semester, which is called as strategic management. In that, we will be studying a lot of strategies and how it can be implemented. And as for now, you understand that strategy is also a part of planning and it helps for achieving the targets. Okay. So as I told you, this is what the strategy is. It means that Stratos means to lead the army and how it can be achieved, the target can be achieved. And to understand more of the strategy, if you are interested, if you are well versed with Mahabharata, I think you would be knowing what are vyuhas and how Patma vyuha and other vyuhas, the Sakra vyuhas and all that help them to achieve the victory. And another one thing is Sun Tzu's Art of War, which gives a lot of things in strategy. Like Chanakya's book has a lot, Arthashastra has a lot of strategy. So these things are like pioneers or how these organizations are using up strategies to attain the goal what they have. So what is a framework of strategy? How do you understand the strategy? To understand and formulate a strategy, first you should know what is the purpose of the organization, what you want from the organization. Then the second one is how the business is getting affected by the environmental forces. I mean environmental forces, internal as well as external. You know, what are all the things inside the organization as well as external forces like economic trade policies of the government or foreign trade policies or how the politics are going to affect the next one, how the technological environment is going to affect all these things. You have to understand that. Then what stakeholders are important? That is another one important question. Which person or which side of the business are you going to give the dominance to? And what are the business you have to compete to? Whom to serve? How to distinguish ourselves? All these are basic questions on how to understand, how to make a framework for strategy. If you are able to answer these questions and understand your organization, understand your purpose of running this organization, that is the best thing to come to a strategical framework for your organization. And every organization has a separate strategical framework. It is not that it is common. You can use other person's strategy. You have to formulate your own strategical framework for your organization based on your purpose, your needs, and how you want to see yourself in the industry, right? So this is about the strategy as for now. In the second semester, we will be having an elaborate reading on strategy, on strategic management, right? So we come to the next one. I have to rush a little bit because we have wasted time. So I think you will understand that. So if you have any doubts in between, you are welcome. Immediately you can ask and we will clarify then and there. Because the strategy and the purpose of the class is that I need you to understand a little bit of what is the course. So it is not, the purpose is not to complete whatever I have prepared, right? So I'm clear on that. So if you have any doubts then and there, you can ask me. You are welcome. Right? So, shall I go to the next topic?
Sure, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. I think you are able to hear me properly now.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we can hear.
Okay. And for your information, I am taking the class through my phone, so I am not able to see the other screen as in computer. Okay. So you have to guide me if you are not able to see the presentation and my lecture, whether it is matching or not, or any disturbances, you kindly guide me, okay?
Sure, ma'am, sure.
Okay. So now the next screen is decision making. Next topic we are going to see is decision making, right? So decision making is one of the important, managerial aspect. You know, if you want to become a good manager, efficient manager, you have to be good at decision making. And decision making is such a responsibility. Every person in yes.
I think the slide that you're showing is still strategies.
Not able to see decision making?
No, ma'am.
Let it load, I think. 1 second, I'll see what is in the screen. It's correct only. Are you able to see now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Right. So as I told you, decision making comes with a lot of responsibility, because you are responsible for the decision, not only for the decision. Every decision comes with consequences, right? So the thought of, I think someone has to mute. Can you mute your mic, please? We are getting disturbance. Okay. I'm not able to see who is that. I request you, if you find someone who is talking, I kindly mention them to mute it. Thank you. Okay. So what happens, when I'm taking a decision and I know that I am responsible for the consequences of it, that will take a toll on me. And if I have to do that continuously, say for example, I recently saw a meme like a mother who is having some poor children started writing in papers that I'm not hungry, I don't want food, because then she has to take decision for the entire family on what they have to eat. It will take a toll on her, because the consequences come with it. Whether the children like it, whether it is good for them, it is healthy for them, or they will eat properly, the consequences are intimidating for a person who is taking the decision. That is why always we pay the decision makers more, the policy makers more salary, more remuneration, than the people just follow them. Maybe they are not doing much work, they will just sign the files, but still they make more money. Have you wondered why? This is why. Because they sign the files of decisions, and those decisions comes with a lot of responsibility. Just because they are having authority, they are not happy, because these decision makings are taking tolls on them. They have to live with their decisions, whether it is right or wrong, it is up to them. So they have to live with even right or sometimes wrong decisions. Are you able to get my point? So that is why decision making becomes a very important managerial factor in any kind of management, whether it is home management or organizational management, right? So what is rational decision making? We call it as rational decision making because the decision making comes basically in two types. One is rational decision making, the other one is gutsy. Sometimes you cannot analyze, you cannot reason with.
Sorry to interrupt. The
Yes?
screen is not straight. Could you just check with the screen which you are
It is
presenting?
there in my phone. I don't know why. I think let's give some time. Okay.
It
I
is
think it
still
will take some time to load. Is it okay now?
No, it's not.
You can stop and reshare, ma'am.
Is it okay?
No, it's still the same as how it was before.
Okay. Wait 1 second. I'll go back and come again. So I think it will be okay.
Now it is okay.
Now better, ma'am.
Okay. Right. Yeah. I think I have to touch mid screen so that it will be visible. Now I understood the strategy. Next time I'll immediately do it. Okay. This is the first time I'm using a phone to take class, so it will take some time for me to learn what is it. Right. Okay. Come back again. So as I told you, rational decision making is a common decision making practice where we all use this. We will analyze, we will reason. Logically, we will make a flowchart in our mind itself to see what would be the consequences. Then we will see what would be the best option. This is rational decision making. But sometimes it is not possible, when you are stuck with less data and you are not able to reason properly. At that time, what we do, we will go with our guts. Whatever our mind says, this is okay. Sometimes the past experience and what we think in our mind without rationality might be right. So we can do the decision making based on that too. But that is intuitional. Let us leave it to the situation and let us leave it to the managers who do that at that time. What we have to learn is rational decision making. How do we do that? Every time when it comes to a decision, you are put under a pressure spot. You have to take care. You have to be very careful because your decision might be affecting many people. Right? So what a manager has to do, first define the problem, understand what is the problem. Always, there is always a possibility, the problem what you see is a surface problem. and the real problem might be something underneath. That is called as hidden problem or the real problem. Okay, like we say that always it's a tip of the iceberg. If you have seen the film Titanic, you will understand that they made a very bad decision of going through the iceberg a little bit, thinking that the tip of the iceberg is very small, but the real iceberg underneath the sea would be like a mountain. That is why a ship like invincible ship like Titanic also has to sink. So always it is like whatever you see, the problem might be surface problem can be the tip of the iceberg. The real problem can be bigger or it might be something else. So define the problem, analyze and find out the problem. If you do so, 70% of your problem is solved. Decision making will be easier. I forgot to tell you one thing in the strategy and planning. So when I remember, I'll tell you. See, in planning, we say that previously when I studied MBA, we used to say that you can utilize up to 30% to 50% of your time for planning, so that the remaining 50% is enough to implement that plan. If you are spending that much time, your plan will be so foolproof that the implementation will take no time at all. You can just it's like a cakewalk. You can just go through it. But what happens now in this era? This is again redefined. Now we say that you can utilize up to 70% of your time for planning, right? If you use that 70% and your planning is such well-defined, tuned, and it is foolproof, the remaining 30% of time is enough for you to implement the planning. So that much exactly the same for decision making. So take your time, define the problem properly. That is the important thing. If you are able to do that, if you are identifying the exact problem, it will be easier for you to make a decision. If you are in a haste, the decision will go wrong, right? So when you are able to define the problem, then identify the goal, right? The goal is what you want to achieve, what the output you want from the decision, the consequences from the decision. So identifying the goals. Now weigh the factors based on priority, importance, or value, right? This is the important step. When you are analyzing, you have to write down the factors and you rank the factors. You give some weightage to the factors. You can have base as priority, like priority for the people, or importance of the people, or value of something else. It can be money or mission, anything. But you have a base, you give the rank, you give the weight, you write the value. It will be easier for you to prioritize the factors, right? Then design the possible course of action and also alternatives. There might be a lot of possible course of actions. It's not that every problem has only one decision, one possible option. So write that. Even if it sounds stupid, don't worry, right? Even if you think that it is not possible to do that, but still you write it, because it is a possible course of action. Whether you can implement it or not, that doesn't matter. You write it. Then rate each objective on the basis of the desired outcome. You now rank these possible course of actions based on the desired outcome. How much closer you can get to your target, right? Now you will be able to identify one as a best decision. And we used to say there is nothing called as best decision at all. There is only one thing that is called as better decision, right? If you are waiting for the best decision, you can never make a decision at all. You can go for only better decisions and you have to live with it, right? So decision making involves a lot of courage. That is why you can see everybody cannot become managers or leaders, because it includes a lot of responsibility on the head. You have to live with a lot of things with your, sometimes if a decision is wrong, you have to live with it, the guilt with it, right? So this is why decision making is an important part of management. Okay. So there is a small example I would like to show to you how decision making can be done. See, this is like a match problem. These kind of decision makings are easy to make actually. So I am showing you how rational decision can be made. can be. See, the problem is to select the material among three options, whether you want to a packaging option, whether you want to go to a carton or a glass bottle or a plastic bottle. Say it's a cool drink, okay, you want to pack it. You want to take a decision. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, able to.
I changed the screen, able to see?
Yes,
we are able to. Yes, able to.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, right, very good. So, what is the objective? That is the thing I have to see, right? I have the objective, the first objective for me is cost effective. And also it should be environment friendly, and whatever I select should have stable resource. Can you see? So the ranking, first one is cost effective, second one is environmental friendly, third one is stable resource. So I rank the factors one by one. You can change the factors also. If you want the first factor objective to be environmental friendly, then you will be analyzing based on that. Do you get my point? The third one, course of action. So what I am taking, I am seeing the three factors and I am ranking it out. Say I have given the cost, whether it is economic friendly or not, and the resource, whether you can get it or not. So based on that, the rating is check the three objectives and options and rate. Whatever you give, you can take up the optimal decision. Whatever decision you take is the best decision for you, because there is no best decision for anything. Right? So the factors you can mix and match, you can see the weightage and ranking, and based on that, you can decide upon whether you want to go for carton or glass or plastic. Are you able to get my point? These are easy because the data are available. Okay. But there are other factors on decision making. Are you able to see the screen? I have changed it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So these factors are not only cost based. Sometimes you will not be able to measure. What are they? Like emotions. You cannot measure the emotional value of this. In that case, what happens? You have to rely upon your intuitions, guts. So decision making involves many things rather than the data or analysis or the papers that has been supplied to you by your subordinates, right? And sometimes it may be social situations. The decision you take might be affecting the society, right? The social situation. You have to look at that too. Your stockholders, your employees, children of employees, generations, the exploitation of resources, a lot of things are there. Social situations also has a say in your decision making. The next one is bias. Bias is, we call it cognitive heuristics, that you sometimes you will be having a clouded judgment. You don't know whether you are right or wrong, but it feels like you are right. Right? So because why this happens? These biases happens because of overation or very low information. Sometimes because of time, you don't have the time to analyze, and sometimes because of the complexity, everything will look alike, right? So these factors act as a major decision making thing, that based on this only you can take a decision. Right? So this is like a practice, decision making takes a lot of, patience, guts, courage, and intuition also. So decision making comes with practice. So what usually the organizations do, we make protocols, right? Say for example, some based on the past experiences with the same, some problem is happening. We make protocol, right? Say for example, fire. If there is a fire accident in the office, where to go, how to go, who should go first, in which way you should go, we make protocols. So the decision making will not be put on one person. You can just follow the protocol if there is a problem, right? But the thing you should understand is there are two kind of decisions, which are programmed. The other one is non-programmed, right? Protocols can be used only for programmed decisions. Right? Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, able to.
Yes. So, what are these programmed decisions? When the problems are repetitive, right, and well defined, protocol or procedure. You can just follow that. As a manager, you can say that a program decision is already made simple. But nature is not like that. There are certain situations which are called non-programmed situations where you have to take non-programmed decisions. Right? So what happens? It is new. You don't know. It is unexplored area. You have to chart out the exploration for that one. Then there you have to have your best judgment to take a decision. Right? Most of the time will be the crucial factor. How to take the decision. You cannot take your own time, sweet time. So you have to better hurry with the judgment of yours and come with a decision. So organizational decisions are really, what do you say, challenging factor for any manager or any team leader or a person who has a lot of responsible decision making, right? Okay. Any doubts in this one, decision making?
Ma'am, can you go to the last slide once?
Yes. Okay. Can you see that? Programmed and non-programmed decisions.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. I think you don't have doubt. But before moving on to the next topic, I would like to say a few things on your question paper. Many of you are having doubts. You have a model question paper in the website, DD website. You can see that. And I'll tell you now. First one is A part. A part is smaller answers. You are expected to write smaller answers. It's only 6 marks. You have to write 5 answers. Okay, choice will be there. I think 3 questions you have in choice, 5 out of 8. Same way, B part is also you have to write 5 answers. I think it is for some 10 marks, I think. Okay, but what I mean to say is the C part. C part is a mandatory question. 20 marks it has and no choice. Okay, why I remember this is now is C part will be the deciding factor for your first class or your good marks, 20 marks, right, out of 100. Never skip the C part. Okay, this will be a case study. C part will be a case study, right? If you are a BBA student or you have studied already about case study, no problem. But for those who are new, a case study is a problem. It's like decision making. That's why I took up this. Now it is easier for you to understand. All the question papers, all the 20 papers in your MBA will be having a case study as a C part, 20 marks, mandatory question, no choice. Okay, so you have to learn how to write a case study, how to solve a case study. I tell you, for any theory paper like this management concepts, whatever we have studied in decision making, you follow that. You can have 4 parts.
Ma'am, if
Identification of problems. You can note down if you want. Okay.
Ma'am, we can see so for 97 page, we can see that there is a case study. We provided the answers also.
I'm not able to hear you.
Oh, sorry. So I can see.
No.
Okay.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah,
yes. Yeah. So what happens? You have to first. If you want to note down, you can note down. There are 4 parts you can write for theoretical case studies. Okay. For practical case studies like accounting or subjects like accounting, it might be a problem. For those problems, you have to solve it out through the ratios or whatever formula you have. But for all the theory papers, you can have 4 parts of the case study. The first part being identification of problem, like decision making. There will be 2 problems for any case study. One is surface problem. The second one is real problem or hidden problem. Okay. So you have to read the case study. If it is on one sheet, or take time to read the case study. One of you asks now, what if I miss the case study? Then you will be attending to only 80 marks. Okay. And on 80 marks, you are taking risk of getting 50 marks at 80. 50 marks is your pass, right? So I don't think it would be very easy to get 50 marks out of 80. And in case, see, for example, you are getting 45, I can give you 5 grace marks, provided there is a place to give the grace marks. If you attend a C part, we will give you 5 marks as a grace and get you through the examination. So kindly Don't skip CPAR, attend the case study, learn how to solve a case study. Okay, so this is the tip I'm giving you. First one is identification of problem. You write the surface and hidden problem in the first paragraph. In the second paragraph is analysis. You can just analyze the case study, read the case study, take some time, twice, thrice. First you read the case study. When you second time reading, take a pencil and mark what are all the important things. When you are reading it for a third time, start writing the answer. You will find out something, a real problem. Then analyze the case study. Right? When you are analyzing the case study, then you can write, it is a bigger part, bigger chunk, you can write whatever you want analysis. Write 1 page, 2 page, sometimes 3 pages also. But don't bluff, okay? We'll be reading that. So first is paragraph, second is analysis, third one is recommendations. Recommendations you write as bullet points. Okay, but because we are very much interested in your recommendations only, not analysis. So write the recommendations as bullet points. Whether it is sensible or not doesn't matter, relevant to the case. And last paragraph is conclusion or your suggestion, right? In the conclusion, take out any one of the recommendation as your answer and justify it, explain it, why you say that is a better decision. Are you able to understand? So this is like a decision making. If you are a manager, you are given with a problem, what would be your decision? That is what we will be testing in the case study. Yes, what is that? What is that? I didn't get you. Okay. So I think you understood. This is how you have to write a case study. Staffing. Have any doubts in that? Staffing, I will not take much time because all of you would have gone through the process of getting selected for any organization. So recruitment process is staffing.
Presentation is not clear. Could you
Are you able to see staffing? Are you able to see now?
Perfect now.
Yeah, okay, right.
Ma'am,
So staffing,
ma'am,
recruitment
is there any
process.
sequence in the attempting the questions, ma'am? If we exactly put the numbers and attempt as per our choice.
Yeah, you please remember this question. At the end of the session, you ask me, I'll answer. Let me finish this, okay? I'll certainly answer that. Just give me 3 minutes more. I'll finish this session and then I'll answer you, okay? Right. So staffing is about getting people recruited into your organization, right? So it starts with recruitment process. The second step will be placement. You have to give them direction. Remember that when you are having people in your organization, unless you direct them, they will be just roaming here and the direction is very important. Then motivate them to do the job, lead them so that you can manage their job performances, right? Why I'm not giving stress on staffing is we have a separate paper called Human Resource Management in your second semester. We will see that elaborately in HRM in the second semester. And you have experience of staffing when you are selected in the organization. So we go to the next topic of organizing. Okay? Organizing is again a very big chapter. So as we have lost some time today, I'm not able to finish as expected today. Okay, what to do? Okay, I'll see. Okay, so organizing is about organization structure. First one, okay. See, you need to have a proper planning in the structure also. Otherwise, the structure is a major constituent to give you a clear understanding of who commands who. Right? See, as we have already lost some time, is it okay if I take some 5 minutes in the lunchtime? Can we go till 1:05 or 1:10? So that we can finish this session? Anyone?
Yeah,
Yes,
okay, ma'am. You can
go on.
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Sure, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Right. Fortunately, it's lunchtime, so we can take up. So organization structure, as I told you, we will have the clarity of who is above who and who has to be subordinate of who. That is why the structure is important. Okay, it's a part of planning, but it has to be done in the starting of the organization itself, founding of the organization itself. Okay, so what happens if you are doing that structure properly? You will know the lines of authority, decision making, responsibility, hierarchy, span of control, chain of command. Everything will be solved only by the structure. Okay, so what are these things? What is lines of authority? Have you seen a structure? I'll show you a structure. Are you able to see the structure, vertical structure? Can you see it? Vertical structure. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, able to.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. Once I touch this, you are able to see. Okay, right.
Yes.
So in this one, can you see the lines from CEO? A line is that will purchase, sales manager, finance manager. That is called line of authority. Simple. Okay. So the line goes from top to bottom, and that is how the authority flows. That is what we call as line of authority. Now you can see through this. CEO is the top one. Okay, he is the most authorized person. From him, what happens? The authority flows to purchase manager, sales manager, and finance manager. In between, you can say audit officer, but he is not having any authority over subordinates. He is just a what you say staff for CEO. We call it as line and staff. Okay, when there is line authority line flow, we call them line. And staff for those who are helping the line people. Okay, like audit officer, he is helping, right? So this is line of authority. So the authority flow can be seen. The decision making authority is also seen as through the line. Okay, and what is span of control? See that purchase manager is having 2 executives under him. Okay, so his span of control is 2. Okay, a sales manager, see, he is having assistant sales manager, 1 executive salesman. So his span of control contains 3. Assistant sales manager span of control contains 1. So span of control is how many people efficiently you can control over a period of time. Do you get my point? So it can be starting from 1 to too many. Okay, so it depends on how much power you yield on them and how much outcome you expect from them and how much efficient you can control and monitor those people. So if the span of control is very low, the authority will be too much and you will be nagging the person, they'll get irritated. And if the span of control is very huge, many people you have, you will not be able to monitor them efficiently. So the span of control should be what is a balance, efficient enough. Right? The next one is chain of command. Simple, you can see here chain of command. Executive is controlled by assistant sales manager, executives are controlled by purchase manager, salesman is directly controlled by sales manager. Can you see? That is chain of command. Okay, salesman is not answerable to assistant sales manager. Can you get my point? Okay, so these things are easily understood by the organizational structure. We call it as organogram. Okay, organogram. So hierarchy is easily understood. And this structure, what I am showing you is vertical structure. A vertical structure is where it's vertical. That means the span of control is less. Okay, when the span of control is very less, we call it as vertical structure. And the horizontal structure is, are you able to see the horizontal structure? It is where the span of control is more. It is horizontal. Or else you call it as a flat structure too. A manager having a lot of specialist staff, operating managers, you can draw. So the operation manager will have a lot of executives under him, right? So horizontal structure is what you say, efficient in fewer industries where the workload monitoring is less. Okay, and in factories like structure where you need more monitoring, then vertical structure will be useful. Okay, more structures also like matrix structure, hybrid structure. There are structures. If there is time permit, I will tell you. Okay, the next topic is centralization and decentralization. So centralization is where vertical structures are used. Okay, so the authority will be centralized. Decision making will be concentrated in few places and it cascades down. That is centralization. Decentralization is when you are distributing your authority to many people. Decision making is distributed to many people and monitoring is distributed to many people. So centralization is like a power hub. You can hold the power at one place and you are monitoring. Decentralization is more of this generation. Okay, more of this decade, where people distribute the work, give the authority, give the responsibility, and only monitor the output. Okay, like we have a lot of flexible time working places, work from home, all these are decentralization. Okay, and Corona has made decentralization as a very huge hit because no more monitoring is necessary now after Corona. So centralization and decentralization is this, whether you want to have a power hub at the center or not. Okay. The another one kind of organizational structure is departmentalization. Sales, marketing, finance, which is a very popular departmentalization. Not only that, you can have divisional approach also, like you can have product-based departmentalization, right? Say, for example, you are producing one particular product. All the functions, but the problem here is, if you are going to purchase the same component for the other product also, you will be purchasing it in two different departments in the organization. Do you get my point? Say, for example, you have to buy some glycerin for this product. For another one product also, you have to buy glycerin. So this product-based division also will be purchasing, and that also will be purchasing, which will be more beneficial to the organization if you do a centralized purchase, right? So it depends on the necessity of the organization, whether you want the departmentalization vertical or product-based. Sometimes it can be geographical-based also, topography, because see, there are so many worldwide MNCs there. So the Indian department will be, Indian company will be treated as a separate department, right? Sometimes it can be customer based, sometimes it can be team based also. So departmentalization is based on the necessity of the organization's demands. Okay, right. As I told you, this is one kind of structure which is called as matrix structure. This is a hybrid structure. We call this hybrid structure. It takes up both vertical, horizontal, both. This is a what do you say? It is like a generation X, Gen X structure. Many companies use this now because it's a combination of both. You can have column wise, row wise, both structures, right? Say, for example, this company, what I'm giving you an example, say it is like a construction company. Okay. This construction company has a project of flyover going on in Mumbai, Delhi, and Chennai. Okay. Now, a marketing vice president has to take care of all the three projects, right? A purchase, see, for example, you have to buy cement. So a purchase head has to buy for Mumbai project, Delhi project, Chennai project, right? But a Chennai project also will have a head in Chennai. He is also a head. Purchase head is also a head. So they both have to coordinate and work. You cannot draw a clear line and staff organizational structure for this kind of companies. Do you get? So we call it as a matrix structure. A purchase head will also be coordinating with the project head, and he has to purchase cement based on all the three project heads reports. Are you able to get the point? So these kind of structures we call as matrix structures. Okay. Right. So how this departmentalization works? See, the advantages of having these global and virtual networks. Now, as I told you, matrix structures and the team-based departmentalization, geographical departmentalization, we are scattered. All the team people, all the employees are scattered all over the world. And mostly we are working through virtual networks. See, now many of you are in various places of India. Right? I am sitting in one place and trying to reach all of you. This is virtual network. The online class is going like this. So what is the advantage? Flexibility. From one place, I can reach all of you. Maybe you are in North India, you are in East India. See, still we can meet. Flexibility. But what other advantage? Competitiveness. See, the efficient class can be distributed to everyone. The doubts can be, see, you can share your own experiences from various parts of your country. Whereas it is not possible in the offline class. What are the disadvantages of these things? Lack of control. See, I don't know who are you, where are you from, I don't know the cultural background of you. So many times I'm not able to connect to you. I don't look at your face at all. I'm just talking to my phone, right? Do you see the plight I have? So the lack of control, lack of coordination. I cannot coordinate. I don't know whether you are listening to the class now. I just assume it. And the time difference. So these things act as disadvantage for these kind of departmentalization and virtual networks. Okay. The next one is how to have teams. This task force and teams are another one important organizational structure that has come into practice in the last decade. You know, teams are a very good, efficient departments that can be assigned short projects. Okay, teams have task forces and teams have a project. They have to finalize that assignment and it will be dismantled. And the teams can have, what is the advantage? You can have various people. You can have the departments, the other cross-functional departments. You can pick up the best performers from each department, make them as a team, and you can finish your task. Okay, so these are the task force and importance of teams. I assure you, we will see these teams and task force much more in the forthcoming topics on the HRM also. Okay, so these are the topics that has to be delivered today. And with that, I plan to discuss a case study so that you will be well versed with case study for your examinations. But there is no time today. Let me see if it is possible. Tomorrow we will discuss this case study. Okay, not tomorrow, next Saturday. Okay, so with that, I come to the conclusion of the session. Still, I'll open the forum for you people to clarify your doubts if you have any for next 2-3 minutes. Okay. Yes, it's open to you. Any questions? Any questions? Or we'll wind up the session. Okay, so I take it as that no queries for this session. So we will see this case study in the next Saturday. Okay, coming Saturday, we will see a case study and we will finish up. Okay, thank you very much for patient listening. We will meet Saturday. Thank you. Risha?
Hello, students. Hello. Students, are you able to hear me? Hello.
Sir, we can hear you, sir.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, we were muted, sir, so we were replying in the message.
Yeah, okay. Please keep quiet. In between, sometimes some people they are disturbing. That's why we muted you. So now we have open to all, so you can interact in between if you want, but kindly don't disturb in between. Okay.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Yeah, very good afternoon to all of you. And today, once again, we are going to discuss about business environment law. Yesterday, there was a little bit problem. Voice was breaking in between, isn't it? So
It's a little bit breaking. Same, little bit breaking.
Little bit breaking. So that is some internet issue we are trying to do, but still it is there. So
It is breaking, sir.
okay.
We can't hear you.
Just give me a second. Are you able to see PPT?
Yes, sir. No, sir. Now, yes.
No.
No, sir.
It's loading.
Yes, sir.
Now it's visible.
Yes, sir.
Now it's showing.
It's visible.
Is it visible now?
Yes, sir. It is visible, sir.
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Yes, okay, fine. Yesterday we are discussing about this corporate social responsibility and social responsibility. We have discussed what are the responsibility towards the stakeholders, isn't it? We have discussed about what is your corporate responsibility towards government, towards employees, towards the society, and towards the credit and suppliers. We have discussed. Okay. Today we are going to discuss about business ethics. As you know, the term ethics commonly referred to the rules and principles. What are the rules and principles followed in the particular organization are called ethics of particular organization. Here, ethics commonly refers to the rules and principles defined right and conduct.
Sir, your voice is breaking.
Your voice is breaking.
We can't hear you, sir. We can't hear you. It was full of breathing.
Okay, can you just see the PPT? Point, can you see?
Yes, sir. PPT is visible.
So I will discuss over the point only. So I do not, some internet issue, it will be difficult. If I explain, then you may not be able to hear properly. So let us
But now it was clear, sir. Now your voice was clear. But
it's clear. Okay. The term ethics is, it is the rules and regulation, rules and principle, what is right and wrong. So it is concerned with the truth and justice. Okay, and it has variety of aspects in the society like fair competition, fair advertising, public relations, social responsibility, consumer autonomy, corporate behavior. These are the few things are there, and the definition of ethics is defined as the discipline dealing with what is good and bad, and with morality and obligation. So it is a discipline dealing with what is right and what is wrong, and it is based on the moral duty and moral obligation to follow this. And there are few kinds of ethics like individual or personal ethics, what the individual follows, and the professional ethics, what are the different professionals they follow. Like all the different professionals have different types of ethics. Like the doctors have their own ethics, and lawyers has their own professional ethics. Teachers has their own professional ethics. They need to follow. Those are called as professional ethics. Similarly, business ethics or corporate ethics. The ethics followed in corporate sector or business sector are called as uh, business ethics. Now, what is the need and approaches of business ethics? Ethics correspond to the basis of human needs, because you need to, until unless a human being is ethical, then it will be, there is a lot of problem it causes. So we must be ethical in our nature, and value create credibility with public. If you have value, if an individual is having value, then it will create the credibility in front of public. If the cultural, if the corporate sector having value, you follow the good value, good norms, then public image will be better. And ethical attitude helps the management make better decision. If the members of the corporate sector they are having ethical attitude, then management will better decision, because all of them follow the rules and regulations, and higher authority they will be able to make certain decision for the organization. And value companies should be long term, because if the company is having value, if it is doing ethical business, then definitely, if the company is doing ethical business, then definitely it will be long run, it will be successful. If the company is not ethical, if not following the values, then definitely there will be resistance from the public. And ethics is important to protect the society, as government and law cannot do everything. You see, the people say that law will take care, but law will not be doing take care, will not be able to take care for everything until unless you are ethical. So law may be there for the giving, submitting the tax, but you may be evading tax. So if you are ethical, then right amount of tax will be submitted to the government. But if you are unethical, you will try to evade the tax. Similarly, in individual also, your ethics will be, if you are ethical person, then you will be right. So there are different approaches of business ethics, like moral management, moral management. So what are the unethical practices? You can see unethical practices like adulteration.
Very sorry to interrupt, sir. You are
Sorry, your voice is breaking, sir.
I can't hear a single word of it.
Yeah, there is internet issue. I do not know. Since yesterday, we are trying to resolve it, but still.
Last time, teacher joined from mobile to solve this.
And that was better, sir, when teacher was doing it through mobile.
Mobile, huh?
Yeah,
Yes,
that's,
sir.
that's also the same issues.
Let us see if I can join through. Can you give me 5 minute time?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, sir.
Let me try. Yes, it's hello. Students, are you able to hear me? Hello.
Yes, sir, it's better now.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, sir.
We are able to hear you, sir, but it seems that you're talking from a distance.
Yes, sir, it's better now.
But it is clear that
Yeah, it is a Wi-Fi issue, so we have connected from mobile. But
no, still we can't hear it.
Your voice is echoing, sir.
okay. The signal is not coming properly. Still, we'll try to manage it. Is it all right now? Hello.
It's echoing.
Yes, sir. It is far better than previous.
Hello.
So please go ahead, sir.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll manage it somehow. So, unethical practices towards the customers. Okay. First one is adulteration. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it's clear.
My voice is clear?
Yes, sir. You can
Hello.
continue.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, towards the customer, adulteration, duplicates, spurious products, injurious products, deceptive advertisement, and deceptive packing and containers. These are the several kinds of unethical practices. What is adulteration? You are not giving the pure product, right kind of product to your customer. You are making some kind of adulteration on it, and that is the unethical practices. Similarly, you are giving the duplicate product to your customer. So some of the companies, some of the marketer, what they do, they make the duplicate product and try to sell. Suppose, like for example, Nokia, they make it Nokia and they try to sell in rural market so that they will not be able to make it out whether it is Nokia or Nokia. Similarly, Britannia, so they are making Binania. So rural market, those who are illiterate people, they are not able to understand that it is right kind of product or not. So this is also kind of unethical practices. Similarly, spurious product, which is injurious to the customer. So there should not be any product which is not right or defective product should not be given to your customer. Similarly, injurious product, which are injurious for the health, you need to take care of proper protection and proper packaging has to be done for that kind of product. So similarly, deceptive advertisement, you should not give some kind of false advertisement. You are communicating with the customer with false advertisement or false promises you are giving to the customer, which is called as unethical practices. Similarly, deceptive packing and containers. Container or packaging, whatever you are making, it should be proper. Similarly, unethical practices towards the employees. You are not giving proper salary to your employees. You are giving low salaries. Similarly, giving low wages to the daily worker. Employee children, you are not taking care of employee children for their education, their recreation facility, you are not providing to them. Similarly, poor working condition. There should be proper working conditions like lighting facility, water facility, other recreation facilities, resting room, crèche, facility, canteen facility, etc. is to be provided to your employees, and proper working condition, proper lighting should be arranged so that it will not be it should not create any problem for the workers. These are the several unethical practices toward the employees. Next, towards the government, what is the unethical practices? Like tax evasion. You are evading tax. You are not giving proper tax to your government. Similarly, bribery and corruption to get license and course. For taking license or course or taking the contract, what you are doing, you are giving bribe to the companies or to the individual for taking the this work. Similarly, over invoicing and under invoicing. You should not over invoice, like giving lower amount of product and giving the invoice of higher amount. So it should be restricted. Similarly, under invoicing also must be restricted. Similarly, pollution. You should not create pollution towards the society. Rather, you need to, before making your business, you should to take pollution-free certificate, or it should be certified by the government that the industry is not creating any pollution to the society. Similarly, payment of money to the party in power and indulging price hikes and other unethical activities. This kind of activities should be avoided. These are the unethical practices in business. Next is what is the economic system in business. Economic system is a set of rules and regulations that govern the production, distribution, and consumption of goods and services. It is a framework within which economic activities are organized and managed. Within this, all the activities in the organization goes on. It is divided into mainly three categories. What is that? Market-based economies, centrally planned economies, and mixed economies. What is market-based economies? It is also known as capital or free market economies, are based on private ownership and the freedom of individual to make their own decision. It is the autonomy is given to the private bodies, and they can take their freedom is given to them to take the own decision. In this system, government role is limited. So here, private bodies, they have the role to play, and government is very limited role for the government. Only government, what they do, provides legal and regulatory framework. Based on the framework, they need to run their business, within which business can operate. Prices are determined by supply and demand in the market. Based on the supply and demand in the market, you can change the prices. Similarly, there are centrally planned economies, which is also called as command economies, which are based on government control in the economy. The previous one, market-based economies, is only private bodies, they have the autonomy to control. But in this case, central planned economies, government has the control over it. And in this system, government make all economic decisions and set prices and production levels. It is on the hand of government who takes the decision. Government owns and operates the means of production, such as factories and farms. And government, in this case, government, they take their own decision. Similarly, the other one is mixed economy, is one with there exists both government private economic system. Here, both the bodies are involved, private and government also. A mixed economy is widely known as one which had both public sector and private sectors. So these are the few economic system. And now you can say, what are the features of market-based economy? Market-based features are, it is free enterprises. What is that? It is the private organizations are able to obtain resources or to organize production or trade to original product in any way in which they want. This is the private body. They can obtain the raw material, they can make the product, and as per their requirement, they make the product and distribute to the customer. Similarly, there is a private ownership. Here, all the factors of production, land, labor, and capital are privately owned. In this case, there is no role of government, and freedom to save and invest. The company they have the freedom to save money and invest also. And consumers' freedom. This is essential feature. Consumers have a free choice of consumption. In this case, consumers have their own choice to take their decision. And absence of central control plan. In this case, central control plan is absent because centers only, the government only take the some kinds of regulations. And there is a competition in the market, as this is the private-based economy. So there is fair competition in the market and absence of government strong role. There is very few role of government in this case. These are the features of market-based economy. And similarly, central-based economy, in this case, central authority on enterprises. The government has, this is controlled by the state or government, not by any private bodies. And restriction on occupation. Some kind of restriction government can put on certain type of business. The freedom of occupation is absent in, you can say, socialist countries. But here there is a restriction on certain kind of business. Then fixation of wage. Government can fix the wages for the employees or for the workers. There is a like Minimum Wages Act. There is an act called as Minimum Wages Act. Based on that, they can fix the wages for the workers. And it has got central authority. Government has, or state government or central government has power to control the economies. And absence of competition, as this is the government owned, so there is very competition are very less. And absence of consumer freedom. Here consumer doesn't have freedom to select the product based on the government, whichever is being produced. Based on that, you need to take the product. Private and public both are mixed together, joined together, and in this case, the consumer has the choice to buy the product. And business owners can sell their product and keep the profit. And government provides services for people in remote areas. Similarly, individuals are free to use their money and resources as they choose. And government provides services to people in economic need. These are the several features of the three kind of economies: centrally placed, private economies, and mixed economies. You can say what is the modern Indian economy. People can own their business. Political leaders in government make overall policies concerning this. People have the freedom to own their business and to select their political leader so that government overall policy can make. The government controls this mail system. In Indian economy, you can say that mail system, all the postal and all, it is controlled by government. Similarly, intercity passenger rail is nationalized industry, and the government tells the manufacturer what to make if something is new during the war time. If during the emergency time, if something is to make, government can ask them to make the product. And the government bans certain drugs, certain kind of drugs which are banned by the government, which cannot be manufactured. And similarly, the government has created a minimum wages law. So as I told you, Minimum Wages Act, based on the act time to time they review it, and based on the act, they need to fix the wages of the workers. Next is privatization. You can see that privatization nowadays has become a universal trend, means transfer of ownership from enterprises from the public sector to private sector. That is privatization. What are the different ways of privatization? Like you can do privatization of ownership or sales of equity. If the sales of equity, through that you can transfer the ownership from public sector to private sector. Decentralization. In this way also you can decentralize the body, the sector, and can make it. Another way is franchising. Through the franchisee, you can make it, privatize the body, and contracting and leasing. These are the various way of privatization. Next, another important is globalization. It is a process that dilutes national boundaries and opens national economy for the other countries of the world.
So in this case, globalization, what you are doing now, you can say the whole world is a global family, so global village. So you can make the business with the whole world. So national economic will be improving for the countries. And international is a synonym of globalization. Sometimes we say that the company internationalized. Instead of globalization, it is a synonym for globalization. And it is easy, and therefore a few restrictions. It is easy to trade globalized based on the individual countries' rules and regulations. You can make business. It helps to enlarge business of companies and enhances the mind towards the global of world issues. You can take based on the global issues, you can make the product and satisfy the need of the international customers. It brings income to improvised people and allows more countries to devote their resources in improving the global standard of living. It can improve the standard of living as per the global standard. So these are the several features of globalization. Next unit will be unit 2. Will be discussing about this was all about unit 1. So unit 1, if you have any doubts or anything you want to ask, you can. Otherwise, we'll switch on to unit 2. Are you listening me, students? Hello? Hello? Working? Can you take it? Okay.
Yes, sir, we can move.
Sir, it was muted. So you can go.
Sir, you can go ahead.
Sir, you can go ahead, sir.
Okay.
So unit 2.
Unit 2, we'll be discussing unit 2. But before that, if you have any doubt in unit 1 or anything you want to know, you can ask me. Even you can type on chat box. And as you are the first semester student, there will be 20 marks case studies. Okay? And you need to, that is a compulsory question which you need to.
We can't hear you, sir. Sir, we can't hear you.
Yeah, only 3 books, 2 books you will be receiving soon. Okay? And most of the students, they have all the 5 books have been sent. Only few students, one batch of the students, they have not received the 2 books. Only 3 books sent, and very soon you will be getting other 2. And by that time, you can make use of this soft copy. Okay?
Sir. Hello, sir. Am I audible?
What is this? 46 page? Yeah, tell me.
Sir, actually, after completion of this class, can we have this PPT? It will be very beneficial for us to go through this PPT to understand it better.
Hello, sir.
Because
Yes,
I have.
I'll give you PPT also.
Hello,
Hello,
sir. How can we get this PPT?
Yes,
Means
tell me. Yeah, tell me.
But actually, sir, how can we get this PPT? Because we don't have
PPT, they will, you can send me a mail so that I will send you, so you people can share among with yourself.
Sir, can you please type your mail ID?
Or at the end of the class, we'll upload in. Yes, sure.
Sir.
And sir, can you please repeat the important announcement about the case studies which you were discussing earlier, because your voice was not audible.
Yes, surely. Case study will be one class will take for the case study. We'll take some old question paper. Will explain how to solve a case study. In general, in a case study, there will two type of case studies generally they give. One is where there will be a question at the end of the paragraph. There will be some questions. Okay, and some of the case studies there will be no questions. So just a paragraph will be there, or a page will be written, something statement will be given. Based on that, what you need to do, first you go through the case, what are the cases, background, everything, and what is the issue, find out the problem. If you are able to know the problem, then you try to find out what are the alternates are available. As a manager, you need to take the decision. So this is the problem. Then what are the alternates available? Again, SWOT analysis. While taking decision, you can take SWOT analysis like strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. What is the strength of your company? What is the opportunity? What is the weakness? And what are the threats? Based on that, you can take the decision. For example, if in a company a product is not selling very good, then as a marketing manager or as a manager, you need to take decision, take the remedial action. What you need to do? So first of all, you need to go through the case study. What is the exact problem? The sales is getting low. Sales is not picking up. Then what can be the reason? So here you can think about whether there is a issue with the problem, issue with the product, whether there is a issue with the pricing, whether issue with your distribution system, whether the issue with your communication system. Sometimes people may not be aware of the product, so they are not buying it. Unless customer know about the product, availability of product, then they will. How can they come to buy the product? So product awareness is very essential. Similarly, distribution. If product is not available where the customer wants, then they will not be able to buy the product. That may be the reason. And sometimes pricing may be too high, so which customer do not want to buy the same pricing. They can get better features, so they may not be buying that like to buy the product. And similarly, the product may not be quality product. So you need to take which one. If your product is quality product, then you need to evaluate the pricing. If your pricing is justified, then you need to see whether properly it is distributed or not. And if it is distributed properly, whether people are aware of, customers are aware of your product or not. All these things you need to evaluate. Then once you identify the issues, yes, customers are not much aware of the product because it's a new kind of product. So customer doesn't know. So what type of promotion or how will you communicate to your customer? Suppose, for example, you have taken the decision of advertising. Then what kind of advertising it need to be? Whether it's a print advertisement, electronic advertisement, audiovisual advertisement, social media advertisement. So all these things you need to evaluate which one will be best for you. So based on that, you can decide that yes, this is the solution for it. In this way, I can resolve the issue. Okay, this is one of the examples just.
Sir, can you take one case study in the next class?
Is it clear? Hello?
Yes, it's clear, sir. But I'm asking, can you take one class on case study in the next class?
Okay. Like here, as this is a business. Sure. We'll take one class for case study. Okay.
Sir, regarding the questions, the order of like.
All right, we'll take one class for the case study.
Sir. Hello, sir.
What is that? Yes.
Is there any order of answering the questions like? That to answer the questions in the examination, is there any order like we should answer, or we can pick up our own order and then put the right numbers and then answer it in our choice?
Yeah, you can put your own order. Whichever is comfortable to you, you can write it first. There's no order of writing. You can case study you can take first, or the section B you can take first, or any number, whichever. You just mention the number. It will be sufficient because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like this number is there up to 13. So you can, yeah, there won't be any issue. You can any order you can write, but please don't leave the case studies because there is no right or wrong answer for this case study. You have to only application of your knowledge. You need to apply your knowledge. So your way of approaching may be different. Other way of approaching may be different. How you are taking the issues and how you are resolving it. So that is the main thing. So there is nothing right or wrong. Okay. So try to write the case study, but only thing is, yeah, that is the mandatory 20-mark questions. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, in unit 1, anything you want to discuss more, or we'll switch over to unit 2? Because we have 3 units for the law portion. So which is very important. We need to switch over to that next class onwards. We'll discussing law, contract law, company law, negotiable instrument act, all this will be discussing. Okay. And if you at all you want anything to discuss more in unit 1, you tell me. Otherwise, we'll switch over to unit 2.
Yeah, please go to unit 2, sir.
Unit 2, we can.
Yes, sir.
Unit 2.
Yes, sir, we can go to unit. Yes, sir. Please proceed to unit 2, sir.
Start.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Unit 2, we are going to discuss about the infrastructure, economic, social, demographical issue, political context, productivity factors, human element, issue for improvement, global trends in business, multinational companies, foreign capital, trends in Indian history, and capital market. This is the syllabus for your unit 2. Now, infrastructure for the country. What are the infrastructure? Like in general, you can say energy, transport, communication, etc. These are the basic infrastructure, and energy is the most important determinant of the country's economic growth. If your country is having energy like nuclear energy, the countries are most advanced countries, like they can say we have nuclear energy. Similarly, the energy, all the kinds of energy what you are having, if it is the most important determinant for a country's economic growth. If you have energy, then you can do many things. Suppose electrical energy, if you are having sufficient electrical energy production, then you can run many industries and many factories, so you will have more control on you. Similarly, per capita consumption of energy is taken as indicator of a country's prosperity. Per capita, what is the energy and how much you are earning, and what is the per capita income, based on that it is country's prosperity depends. Energy is created through several sources such as conventional energy and non-conventional. Both the way, conventional way it can be created and non-conventional energy. Similarly, the other one is transport. It includes transport includes, what is that? Railway, road, shipping, and civil aviation. All the three means are basic way of transportation, and it is very important. Similarly, communication. The communication system comprises post and telegraph, telecommunication system, broadcasting, television, and informative services. These are the communication system. And next one is demographic development. If you have strong human resources, then the country development will be better. So here we hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Continue.
Please continue, sir. Hello.
Yes, sir. Now it's audible.
Hello.
Sir, are you there? Sir, we can't hear you.
Yeah, hearing. Okay. Demographic issue. Study of human resources vital for the economic development. You need to understand what is your power. If you have good human resources, then this theory.
Super.
Has decreased, it has been reduced. And similarly, in third stage, with the growth of industrialization, third phase is industrialization. Due to the growth of industrialization, population tend to shift away from the rural areas towards the urban areas. They have shifted from rural area to urban area for working in the industry. And one of
Sir, we can't hear you.
the economic development
Sir, your voice is breaking completely, sir.
Sir, we are really sorry to say this, sir. We can't hear you
increasing
properly.
urbanization.
Sir, for the past 2 minutes, we can't hear anything, sir.
Are the increase and income level also in this case, and the rate
Excuse me, sir. Say, voice is breaking.
rate has been minimized. So the I am not taking from desktop again. I have used mobile phone also, but still it is like that only. Because I have changed the Wi-Fi. The other Wi-Fi I am using now, but still in this
No issue,
also
sir.
there is
Please
a
repeat what you
breaking.
said, sir.
Still it is the same.
No, it's
Hello?
okay, sir. But
No, it's okay,
So I am
sir.
taking from the
Please
same
repeat
one
what you said
now.
for last 2 minutes, sir.
Now it's okay, sir.
Last 2 minutes.
Last 2 minutes, we can't hear anything, sir. Sir, are you there?
Okay. Yeah, I was talking about the
Just last 2 minutes,
infrastructure,
sir.
infrastructure of the country. There are three kinds basically.
Okay.
That energy, transport, and communication. Are you able to hear me now?
Okay. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I was
Yes,
talking
sir.
about the infrastructure of the country.
Yes, sir. Sorry,
One
sir.
is energy, transport, and communication. And energy is the most important determinant for the countries. Next is transport and communication. Similarly, demographic issue also we have discussed. The first stage of demographic transition where death rates were higher, and the second stage, as their income rises, they have taken care of diet and other medical issues. So death rate has decreased, and similarly in third stage, due to industrialization, their income rate has improved, and they have taken care for their. They have shifted to from rural area to urban area for the working purpose, and urbanization has been developed so that in this stage also the death rate has been minimized. Next is global trends in business management, international relation. Why international relation we require? Why we need to have the good relations with the other countries? Like in modern times, no state can afford to live in isolation. You cannot be an isolated country. There are many groups like recently G20 and other SAARC countries.
G7.
They have different groups. So you cannot be able to still it breaks.
No, sir. Now it's okay, sir.
Yeah, I don't have any other alternative. On the okay. Yeah, the international relation is very important because no state can afford to live in isolation. You cannot be isolated from other countries. So international relations, even of the country, we need to have good international relations because now many countries depend. We depend to each other. So something we produce, we export to other countries. We expect something from other countries also. So. Like a product, an individual requirement. Similarly, we have the country has the requirement to have a good internal global village. And with the improvement, the communication facilities, technological advancement, we have become very, we have shrinked, and it is easier to communicate with each other and to procure goods from each other. So in narrow sense, it is confined to the study of official relations conducted by the authorized leader of the state. So industrial relation can be described in two ways. One is in official relation, which is conducted by the authorized leader of the state. We have an ambassador in other countries. Similarly, and officials like official ambassador in our country. So in this way, you can make relationship. In the other sense, the broader sense, international relation include all intercourses among states and all movements of people, goods and ideas across national frontiers is also for tourism purpose. All these are called as international relation. Both the way this can be called as international relation. And there are two types of relation exist between the states and cooperatives and oppositional relations. What are those? The cooperative relations and oppositional relations. Cooperative relations are there, usually non-political and involve no power. This is called as cooperative relation. And oppositional relation is the implied conflict among groups and demand use of power. So similarly, MNCs, multinational corporation. What is a multinational corporation? Multinational corporation is a corporation or enterprise that manages production, establishment, or delivery of services in at least two countries. Minimum, they should have the production or distribution or services in at least two countries. An MNC can have powerful influence in international relations and local economies. An MNC plays an important role in globalization. Multinational companies, what they do, they play role for the globalization. We have companies in other countries. Other countries have companies establish business in our companies, our countries. So it will be important. It is playing important role in globalization. And MNCs are also called transnational . corporation, because it is many national companies are existing in the country, so we can call as transnational corporation. It can be divided into three broad groups, like horizontal integration MNC, vertical integrated MNC, and diversified MNCs. What is horizontal integrated MNC? It manages production establishment located in different countries. It manages its business in different countries to produce same or similar product. For example, McDonald's. All the countries, similar product, McDonald's product, they sell. And vertical integration are managed production establishment in certain countries to produce products that serve as input to its production establishment in other countries. For example, Adidas shoes. And similarly, diversified MNCs manage production establishment located in different countries, either horizontal or vertical. For example, Microsoft. So these are the different categories of multinational companies. Now let us see what is the definition of multinational companies. A corporation that controls production facilities in more than one country. A corporation that controls its production in more than one country. Such facilities include the process of foreign direct investment, what you call as through BI, it must have been done. The firms that participate in international business, it should participate in international business, however large they may be, solely by exporting or by licensing technology are not multinational enterprises. Only by exporting or importing, you cannot say, getting license for the exporting and importing, you cannot say this. International company is that company, multinational companies. The various benchmark for multinational companies are there. Those are like produce the similar kind of product. It operates in the minimum number of nations. Like, for example, the minimum percentage of its income from foreign operations. Like some of the percentage, it must have income must have come from the foreign companies. Like 25%, 30% income has come from the foreign exchange. Similarly, have a certain minimum ratio for foreign totally or foreign. So there should be some ratio that foreign country. It is not that country based. It should be the similar kind of process should be adopted in all the country globally. So it should be geocentric and directly control foreign investment. There has to be foreign control foreign investment, which is must be controlled by the host country. So these are the few features of the MNCs. And what are the merits of MNCs? MNCs help to increase the investment level and thereby the income and employment in host country. What is that? If MNCs are there, so there will be employment as well as the in the host country. And the transnational corporation has become vehicle for the transfer of technology, especially to the developing countries. Like some of the developed countries, MNCs are there in developing countries, so there is a chances of transfer of technology. You can adopt their advanced countries technology in your country. So that is one of the advantages. They also kindle a managerial revolution in the host countries through professional management, like SAP system, American process, and all this advanced country, whatever the management system they have, Japanese style of management, like you can all this whatever beneficial for your country, you can adopt all those kind of things. And MNC enable the host country to increase their export and decrease their import requirement, and they can increase their export and reduce procuring product from the other countries. They work to equalize the cost of factors production around the world. So MNC provides an efficient means of integrating national economy. And the resource of MNCs enable them to have very efficient the MNCs, you have more like resources, you can go for research and development. It is easy for going for the research and development. Thus, they make a commendable contribution to the investment and innovation. All this, it makes the investment is high and your foreign income will be rising up, and you can have innovation by adopting the latest technology. And MNC also stimulates because support their MNC help increase competition and monopoly. Establishment of MNCs in the country, the domestic monopolies will be broken. So these are the various merits of MNCs, and similarly there are few demerits also. MNC technology is designed for worldwide profit maximization, not the development is to the poor country. It is for the worldwide development, not for the individual underdeveloped countries. Through their power and flexibility, MNC can evade and undermine national economic autonomy and control. So because they have the autonomous power, so they can break the economic situation of the host country. And MNC may destroy competition and acquire monopoly power. I mean, because MNC's product is very superior product, so the domestic product will be, they will not be able to sell their product to the customer. So there will be monopoly for the MNCs. The transfer pricing MNC to avoid taxes by manipulating prices in intra-company transaction. MNCs have they have their own companies in the country. Sometimes they try to manipulate with the paying taxes to the government. It undermines local culture and traditional changes. So these are the few demerits of MNCs. So I think this is enough for. And due to this internet issue, my voice may not be reaching you properly. So, however, we'll be sharing the PPT with you so that you can make use of it. Okay?
Okay, sure, sir. Sir, sir, are you there, sir?
Yes, tell me.
Sir, actually, our means this year's January email ID, I think that is from which we are getting the mail DD Jan 2023. I had just mailed this email ID to you from my email ID. So you can send this PPT on that email ID so everyone can access that.
Okay, fine. You have sent an email ID to me.
Yes, sir. I have sent the email ID to. Sir, I am just sharing the email ID on this chat actually. Just a second, sir.
Okay.
Sir, this is the email ID by which we can get the means we are accessible by all. Means this is the group email ID.
DD Jan 2023 Pondicherry.sc. Okay. Okay, I'll send it.
Okay, sure.
Sir, I have also shared my email ID. It would be very grateful if you could share the PPT and resources on the same, please.
Okay.
Actually, DD Jan email ID is created by the university, so everyone is in this DD Jan, from where we have got our class details.
Who has created this DD Jan?
I think so. It has been created by the university.
I don't know. I'll check it out. If it's so, then we'll see to
DD Jan 2023 is the email ID. You can share it. Everybody can access to it.
Okay, fine.
Everybody will see because we have got our class details, everything on from this
same mail. You have got it. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This
fine.
is the email ID, sir.
Okay, then see you in next week.
Okay, sure. Thanks, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon, all of you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yesterday,
Madam.
did you practice? Can you hear me? My voice is audible?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Today, no problem. Hello.
Yes, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yes. Can you see this PPT?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you practice that yesterday journal entry?
Yes.
You know? Okay, let us see some more. That is journal entries. I have given second problem and third problem. And then can we go ledger or do you want one more journal?
One more review.
One more journal problem.
One more journal, ma'am.
One more journal entry.
Okay. Okay, let us see this third problem. On March 2017, Farhan Rahim starts wholesale businessing. 1st March, he started business with capital 15,000 and land worth 10,000. He is bringing cash.
Only ledger screen is visible, ma'am.
Ma'am, the ledger accounts.
Change the slide.
Okay, a few journals I tell you, then we will go to ledger account also. Okay.
No, ma'am.
Yeah.
Actually, we could see only the ledger account
The other
PPT,
slide
ma'am.
is been
Slide,
seen.
ma'am.
Could you please change this slide? Perfect.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
See here, March 1st, Rahim started business with capital 15,000 and land worth rupees 10,000. He is bringing capital in the form of cash 15,000 and land 10,000 worth of land. So what is the journal entry? What comes in? What comes in? Who is the giver? What comes in? Cash comes in and land comes in, right? Cash account debtor 15,000, land account debtor 10,000 to Rahim's capital account. Rahim is the giver. Okay. Rahim's capital account. This is the first journal entry. See here, cash account debtor, journal land account debtor to Rahim or owner's capital account. That is totally 25,000. He is bringing into the business for investment. Okay, he is investing. in the form of capital, right? Then next one, 8th, March 8th, bought goods from Bilal and friends, 1,000 rupees, and buy cash from XYZ company, 2,000. So bought goods from Bilal and friends, 1,000, that is on credit, right? From XYZ, he purchased goods for cash from 2,000. So when cash transaction, no need to write name of the person. Only the credit transaction, you have to write the name of the person, or you have to write the creditor, write creditor or accounts payable or bills payable, whatever it is. Okay. So in this case, what is the combined entry? Both cash as well as credit. You can write individual entry or combined entry. It is up to you. Okay, individual entry, what you write? You purchased goods from Bilal, 1,000 rupees. So purchases account data to Bilal account. Individual entry, if you are writing like that, right? So cash purchases, what you have to write? Purchases account data 2,000 to cash account 2,000. If you go for combined entry, what entry you can write? Purchases account data 3,000 to Bilal account 1,000 to cash account 2,000. Like that you have to write. If you are writing the combined entry, purchases account data 3,000 to accounts payable all Bilal account 1,000 to cash account 2,000. You can make combined entry or individual entry. Okay. Same date means you can write combined entry. It is time saving. Okay. Then
Ma'am, same ledger for now. The page is structured, ma'am. What you're showing.
Voice breaking up.
The page is structured, ma'am. What you are showing, they're showing as ledger accounts.
No. It is
No, it's
no
perfect.
problem free.
It's perfect.
It takes few seconds.
No, it's perfect. You can carry on, ma'am.
Continue, madam.
Okay. See, 13th March, sold goods to Rahman and Sons 1,500 and sale by cash 5,000. So both credit transaction as well as cash transaction are there. What now you have to say answer. What is the journal entry for this?
Rahman and Sons account up to sales account.
Yes, cash account data 5,000. Rahman
and Sons account up to sales account.
Totally 6,500. Both cash transaction as well as credit transaction. See here. Accounts receivable or Rahman Hassan's account 1,500, cash account data 5,000. So totally two sales account 6,500. The next one, 17th March, gave away charity of cash rupees 50 and merchandising worth rupees 30. That means what you are giving?
It's debit 80.
50 rupees you are giving cash or charity. Merchandising means what? Goods. You are giving goods worth rupees 30 rupees worth of goods you are giving charity. So when you are giving charity, so here you have to write entry, charity account data 80 rupees to cash 50 rupees to purchases. When you are giving goods, you have to credit the purchases account. Goods goes out. Okay. You understand? Charity account data to cash account to purchases account. The next one.
Why this is purchase, madam? In the 17th.
Goods goes out. Your goods amount will be reduced. No, you are giving charity, not selling. But goods when you are giving for charity purpose, so your purchases account will be reduced. You have already debited purchases account, right? So when you are giving charity, that you have to credit it.
Yeah, but I have a question. Like, can we, instead of purchase, can we mention inventory account?
No.
No.
You can make inventory account. Inventory account, you have to reduce it.
Yes.
If you forget to reduce, your account will not be tally. You can either credit purchases or inventory account. Both are right.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay.
Okay. The next one, 21 March 21, paid Bilal and friends rupees cash 975, discount received 25. That means what? Bilal, how much you have to pay? You have Bilal is the creditor, 1,000 rupees. 1,000 rupees you are liable to pay, right? Instead of paying 1,000 rupees, you are paying only 975. So remaining 25 rupees, no need to pay. That is discount received. So what is the journal entry for this? So when you are giving here, who is the beneficiary? Bilal, right? Receiver. Who is the receiver? Bilal is the receiver. So Bilal account data, how much you have to pay? 1,000 rupees, right? Bilal account data, 1,000 rupees to cash. Cash, how much you are paying? 975. 25.
And the discount received is 25.
No need to pay. It is benefit for us. Also,
Ma'am, actually discount received is 25, right? That we need to mention in the credit, right?
Yes. Discount account to be credited. All the now nominal account, imagine. Debit all the expenditure and losses. Credit all incomes and gains. So this is gain. Discount, no need to pay to him. Only you are liable to pay 1,000 rupees to Bilal. Instead of paying 1,000, you are paying only 975. 25 rupees is benefit for you, right? So that 25 rupees is discount receipt. See here, you have to predict the discount account. That is discount received. Do you understand? Now Bilal account is closed. No need to pay. This is called cash discount. Okay.
I have a doubt.
Yes.
So you're saying 25% is for discount, right? So why don't we minus 25 in that 975? So I'm just getting confused in that.
No. Bilal account is already we have credited 1,000 rupees. That account how will be equated? So the 1,000 rupees you have to, that is your liability is closed. 1,000 rupees you have to close his account. That is why 1,000 rupees you have to debit. Do you understand or not?
No,
you are writing 975. See here, 1,000 rupees already you have credited in March 8th. Bilal account already credited 1,000 rupees. Here, if you put 975, still that account will show 25 rupees balance yet to pay.
Okay.
Just to tally that, it's been added in the discount account, right?
Okay. So that's from second point you're saying. Okay, got it. Yeah.
Got it? Okay. That 25 rupees is benefit for us. That is why we are crediting the discount received account.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Similarly, next sentence you see, 28th March, received cash from Rahman and Sons, 1,450, allowed him discount. So Rahman, how much we have to credit sales? How much you have done? 1,500. Rahman and Sons, 13th March, you have made credit sales 1,500. You have to collect from him 1,500. Instead, you are receiving only 1,450. Only 50 rupees is loss for us. That is discount you are allowing him. No need to pay. Right? So what is the journal entry? Journal entry, debit what comes in? Cash. Cash account data 1,450. Debit all expenditure and losses. This is loss. Right? So discount allowed account data 50 rupees to Rahman account 1,500. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
See here, cash account data 1,450, discount account 50 rupees. So totally accounts receivable account 1,500. Accounts receivable or Rahman account, whatever it is, right? This is the way of preparation of journal entries. Right? Can we go for next one, ledger accounts?
Sure, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is the ledger accounts. Can you see this? Ledger accounts means you have to classify various accounts, right? Classify under various heads. That is, what is the cash account? What is the sales account? What is the cash balance at the end of the month? What is the total purchases of this month? What is the sales of this month? Like that, this is a T account. Ledger account, we used to say it is a T account. Title of the account, you have to write it here. Left hand side is called debit side. Right hand side is called credit side. Left hand side, you have to write date, particulars, amount. Right hand side also date, particular, amount. So journal entries, if you are preparing purchases account here, right? Title is purchases account. So first entry you have written purchases account data, cash account. So here debit side to cash, the amount you have to write it here. Suppose you are credited here by that account, you have to write it amount, right? So end of the month we have to close this account. What is the balance? So end of the month, you have to write balance brought down. That will be the carry forward for the next month. That will be the opening balance of next month. Okay. Let us do one problem, you can understand. These theories and all, you go through. See here. This is the journal entries. We have made it. Let us prepare. This is the ledger account, cash account. We are going to prepare here. So cash account, when you are taking, wherever cash you have debited, bring it to the debit side. Wherever you have credited cash account, you have to bring it to the credit side, right? At the end of the month, we have to close this account. What is the cash balance? You can know, right? See here, first transaction, cash account data to owner's equity, 1 lakh. So cash account, you have debited. Ledger account, debit side, you have to write July 1st to owner's equity account, 1 lakh. So cash, when you are opening the ledger account, particular ledger account, so if it is debited in the journal entry, debit side, you have to write that amount, credit, what you have credited, that account you have to write. That is cash account data to owner's equity. In the cash account, ledger account, debit side, you have to write to owner's equity, 1 lakh, right? Next one, purchases account data to cash. Cash is credited. So credit side of cash account, buy. When you are writing credit side, buy. When you are writing the debit side, you have to write to, right? So buy purchases, you have to write 15,000, right? Third one, next one you see, cash account data to sales account. So debit side, July 8th to sales account, 25,000. The next one, if there is no transaction, cash transaction, you have to leave it. You should not bring it to the ledger account. Only wherever cash is there, you have to bring it. Drawings account data to cash account. Cash is credited. So by drawings account 16, 4,000 you have to write. The next one you see cash account data to commission account. So commission debit side.
It's receivable.
Commission 2,000. The next one, cash account data, accounts receivable or Rahim store account, right? So debit side, Rahil account 10,000. Then accounts payable or Ally cents to cash. So by Ally cents 8,000. Now all the transactions you have entered in the cash book. So now we have to see the total debit balances and total credit balances. When your debit balances exceeds your credit balances, you have to bring by cash balance carried down. That is what the end of the month, what is the cash balance. See here, to make total debit side, how much comes? Debit side, how much comes? 1 lakh?
1,37,000.
1,32,000, right? Minus credit side 28,000. Right?
Yes,
1
correct.
lakh
Yes, ma'am.
28,000 minus it's this much. So what is the balance?
1,09,000.
1,09,000.
Balance. So that you have to write by, if you write here by balance carried down. That is the cash balance at the end of the
Brought
month
down.
you are having, right? This is the closing cash balance. 1,09,000 is the closing cash balance. Closing cash balance will be the opening cash balance for the next month. So next month you have to write August. This is 31st July, 30th July or 31st July, right? So August 1st, you have to bring balance brought down, bringing into the account as opening balance. Okay, so that 1,09,000. So you have to, this is the balance. The cash account, when you are bringing into the next year, next month opening balance, which side comes, that is the debit balance. So
Debit
cash
balance.
account showing debit balance, that is 1,09,000. Right? This is the ledger account. Likewise, you can prepare purchases account. Likewise, you can prepare owner's equity account, sales account, then machinery account, then accounts payable account, accounts, each and every category you can classify and you can prepare ledger accounts. Okay. Can we go next one?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
See, I have prepared one problem. This is the transactions. Straight away, instead of writing journal, straight away also you can prepare ledger account. Cash account, capital account, purchases account, menu account, amino.
The slide is not changed yet, ma'am. Could you please change?
It is slowly changing. System allowed. Can you see this?
Yes, ma'am.
See?
Yes, ma'am.
One problem straight away I have prepared a ledger account here instead of preparing a journal. See here, cash account, capital account, purchases account, all the ledger accounts we can prepare without journal also. How can you have to read the problem? Purchases goods from Manu on credit. So purchases account, if you open it here, to Manu account 25,000 you have to write. Manu account you have to write purchases. Likewise you have to prepare. Okay, for examination point of view, they ask you only journal entries. Ledger accounts they are not asking. So straight away let us go for trial balance and final accounts. Final accounts we need more time. Okay. Can we go for next one?
Yes, ma'am.
After preparing these ledger accounts, the balances are the closing balances. Bringing into the next opening balance. So all the ledger accounts are having both debit balance and credit balances. That balances you have to bring into one statement that is called trial balance. This is trial balance. This is the trial balance. Can you see trial balance? Can you see this trial balance?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Format of preparing trial balance, you have to bring all the ledger account balances into this statement. That is called trial balance, right? All the ledger accounts are having debit balances and credit balances that you have to bring into one statement that is called trial balance. This statement is preparing for the purpose of seeing arithmetical accuracy. What is our accounting equation? What is our accounting equation? Yesterday I taught you,
Asset is equal to, sorry. Asset is equal to
liability plus capital.
All the debit aspects are equivalent to its
credit.
credit aspects, equal and corresponding credit aspect. All credit aspect is having equal and corresponding debit aspect. That means accounting total assets are equal to capital plus liabilities. So now all these debit side balances and credit side balances should get tallied. You have prepared all individual ledger accounts, right? After preparation of all individual ledger accounts, that ledger balances, debit balances and credit balances, you have to bring into this statement that is called trial balance. Okay. Here, what are all the ledger accounts will show debit balance? What are all the accounts will show credit balance? Can you say? Anybody, do you have any idea?
Loan account showing credit balance.
Which one?
A loan account.
So now you keep it in your mind. All the assets account, and expenses account, all the assets account and expenses account show debit balances. All the assets account and expenses account will show debit balances. All the incomes account and liabilities account will show credit balances. Right? Now you see bank loan, that is liability, credit balance. Marketable security, that is asset, so debit balance. Bills payable, liability, credit balance. Unearned revenue means earned but not paid, that is called unearned revenue. That is liability to render service, so that is why it is a credit balance. Sundry debtor means accounts receivable is an asset. Okay, accounts receivable or bills receivable or sundry debtors, that is asset, so debit balance. Outstanding salary is a expenditure, that is debit balance. Outstanding salary means liability to pay. Okay, so that outstanding salary you have to credit balance, right? Prepaid rent is an expenses, so debit balance 2000. Insurance expenses, that is debit balance 7,000, right? Bonus investment is capital.
Income.
Bonus investment is
Capital.
nothing but capital. So capital account is always credit balance, right? Rent, rates and expenditure is debit balance. Accumulated depreciation, simply if depreciation is given, that is debit balance. Accumulated depreciation means from the date of purchase till it will be shown into your balance sheet, that is liability. So you have to show credit balance, right? Simply depreciation, if it is given, you have to write debit balance, right? Accumulated depreciation, if it is given, you have to write credit balance. Accrued revenue means what? Earned but not received. That is interest deposited in the bank, interest earned but not received. That is asset. You have to write debit balance. Then machinery, asset, so debit balance. Drawings, expenditure, debit balance. Equipments, asset, debit balance, 40,000. So maintenance expenditure, debit balance. Miscellaneous expenditure, debit balance. Accrued expenses means what? Expenses accrued but not paid. Right? But not paid. Salary. You are accrued, but you have not outstanding salary. That is liability. That liability you have to write credit side. Right? Outstanding expense accrued but not paid. Depreciation expenditure, it is a debit balance. Right? Then unexpired insurance. That is, insurance means it is a expenditure, debit balance. Unexpired means next year, prepaid.
Live.
Yes, live. So that is debit balance. Vendors payables, credit balance. Payables means liability. Okay. So your total debit balance are equivalent to your credit balances. That should be tally. Suppose your trial balance is not getting tally, you might have committed some mistakes. That is called errors. There are various types of errors are there. That is error of omission, error of commission, partial omission, or error of principle. So some errors may explicit this trial balance, some errors may not explicit. Suppose complete omission, one transaction you have omitted, so that will not affect your trial balance. Suppose if you have amount, error of commission means previous page 150 you have written, The next page, when you are writing backside, instead of 150, 510 you have written. So it is a error of commission that will explicit your trial balance, right? So these are the errors which are when you may commit while entering into the books of accounts, right? Let us go for final accounts, right? After preparing this journal, ledger, trial balance, you have to prepare final accounts, that is final statements. Final statements we are preparing for the purpose of ascertaining the profit, gross profit, net profit, and then balance sheet. Balance sheet, liability and assets position. What is the end of the year? This is the format. This is trading account. See, can you see this format? Trading account.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, what is meant by drawings, ma'am?
Final account.
Drawing, what is meant by drawings?
Drawings means owner taken for his personal, for your personal use. That is called drawing.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Equals to cash.
Not only cash. Goods also. If you are taking goods for your home, that is for treated as drawings. Our business entity concept. Owner is distinguished from the business. Okay. This is the trading account format. You have to write a heading, trading account for the year ending 31st March or December, whatever it is the year, you have to write name of the account. Trading account, say for an example, Ragman and Company trading account, like that. Okay. So
this is trading and profit and loss account.
Yes, trading, profit and loss account.
And profit and loss account.
Yes, trading and profit and loss account combinedly we can write. This
yes, ma'am. Heading will be trading account will be showing.
Account debit side or two opening stock. You have to start with opening stock. Two opening stock plus purchases. Left return.
Now it is profit and loss account, ma'am.
Purchase return. Wait. Turning, no, it is taking some time.
No, ma'am. It's still profit and loss account format, ma'am.
Wait.
Now it came.
Exchange now.
Okay, see here, trading account, debit, this is also like ledger account, T account, left hand side, debit, right hand side, that is credit, right? So debit side, you have to write two start with opening stock plus purchases, less purchases return or return, otherwise called as return outwards. When you are purchasing the goods for damage, anything else, if you are returning it, that is called return outwards. Okay. Two wages. Only direct expenditure you have to write under the trading account. Direct expenditure, what are they? Only wages. Salaries, you should not write it here. Only wages, freight charges, carriage inwards, clearing charge. If you are importing the raw material from outside country, you have to pay import duty, clearing charges, packing charges, dock dues, power, factory power expenditure, octroi duty. These are all the only expenditure you have to write under trading account. Credit side, by sales, less sales return or return inwards. Sales return is otherwise called as return inwards, right? By closing stock, you have to write by. Now, after entering all the items, you have to close this account. Your credit side is exceeding the total of debit side. That is called gross profit. Suppose debit side exceeds your credit side, that is called gross loss. Okay. This is the trading account. After preparation of trading account, you have to get profit. That is called gross profit. Okay. After preparing this gross profit, you have to bring into the profit and loss account credit side. That is by balance brought down. That is gross profit. by balance brought down, that is gross profit, you have to bring into the profit and loss account. Under profit and loss account, all the other expenditure you have to write, that is salary, rent and rates, stationery, postage, insurance, whatever be the expenditure, not only the expenditure mentioned here, whatever be the other expenditure, you have to write it in the left hand side, that is debit side of profit and loss account. All the other incomes, that is non-trading income, that is commission received, rent received, discount received, all these things you have to write under the credit side of profit and loss account. So after preparing all these things, your credit side exceeds your debit side, that is called net profit. Suppose your debit balance exceeds your credit balance, that is called net loss. Okay. After preparing this trading profit and loss account, you have to prepare balance sheet. Can you see this balance sheet format?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Balance sheet heading you have to write balance sheet of Mr. and some Rahim account, whatever it is. You write it as on. You have to write as
31st
on
March.
31/3 or
March.
31/12 year. You have to write 31st March or 31st December,
March.
whatever it is. Right? You have to write as on that date. What is your asset position? What is your liability position? That is why we have to write like that. For while writing the heading for trading profit and loss account, you have to write for the year. Do you understand? As a whole year, you are writing. Here, as on date, on that date, what is the value, right? So, balance sheet of Mr. X or Y Z account as on 31st March 2023, like that. Okay. Left hand side, it is the liabilities items. Right hand side, assets item, you have to write. So, liabilities, we can divide into two. That is, current liability and then capital account. Current liability, what are all the current liability? Sundry creditor, bills payable, bank overdraft, outstanding expenditures. These are all current liabilities. Long-term liabilities. What are the long-term liabilities? Mortgage loan, any bank loan. That is long-term loan. Then capital, reserve fund, when you are transferring from your allocating some fund from profit, net profit, that is called general reserve or reserve fund. That is different. Okay. Capital, what is your opening capital? You have to adjust something. What you have to adjust? Opening capital plus net profit. If it is a net loss, you have to deduct it. If it is a net profit, you have to add with the opening capital minus drawings. If you have any drawings for your personal use, if you have taken anything, income tax, you have to deduct. Net amount, you have to write it in the outer column. That is called closing capital. Closing capital at the end of the year. Right? Similarly, asset side, you have to prepare current assets and fixed assets. The assets also we can classify where three categories: current assets, fixed
Cash in
assets,
hand.
and intangible asset. Fixed asset also we can tangible and intangible asset we can classify, right? So current assets, what are the current assets? Cash in hand, cash at bank,
Cash in hand, bank.
sundry debtors, investments. These are all
Closing stock.
Closing stock or
Land and buildings.
Land and buildings are
No, it is a fixed asset. No, land and building.
Okay.
Assets. Only current.
Okay.
What are the current assets? Cash in hand, bills receivables, sundry debtors, short-term investment, and then marketable investment, closing stock. These are all current assets, right? Sometimes long-term investments may have, if you have, that is long-term investments. Fixed assets, you have to write furniture and fixtures, plant and machinery, land and building.
Prepaid expense. It is also
current asset.
current
Goodwill.
Insurance premium you are paying for the next year 3 months in advance. That is treated as an
Goodwill fixed
current
assets.
asset.
Goodwill
Now
fixed
you
assets.
are
Okay, ma'am.
expenditure as a current liability. Similar way, prepaid expenditure is a current asset. Okay.
Goodwill.
Ma'am, what is meant by
Goodwill,
sundry
goodwill
debtors?
is an intangible asset.
Goodwill is an
Goodwill,
intangible.
patent rights, copyrights, these are the things are intangible assets.
Intangible
Fixed asset,
assets.
but intangible asset. Okay.
Ma'am, what is meant by sundry debtors, ma'am?
Debtors means
Sundry debtors, current assets.
credit sales. If you are making, no, you have to collect money from your debt.
Yes, ma'am.
Benefit receiver, you are collecting money from them. That is, those who are
From whom you have to get cash.
that is called a
Let
debtor.
us say to be a sundry debtor.
We can say debtor or accounts receivable.
Sundry means some other person.
Sundry means various persons. Various persons
Various
we
persons?
have done sales, no credit sales. Not only one person.
Okay, ma'am. We received debits from various persons. It's called sundry debtors.
Sundry means various persons. Rahim and X, Y, Z. Likewise, many people you might have sold credit sales, no? Your goods you might have sold on credit. The total, summarizing the balance, total balance, what is your amount you have to collect it from your debtor. That is called sundry.
Madam, one question. Hello. Madam, what is your treatment of endowment expenditure? What is your treatment at final account in endowment expenditure?
Endowment expenditure.
Yeah.
Some expenditures are called as deferred revenue expenditure. So deferred revenue expenditure, that means, say for example, advertising. Advertising, you may have done lump sum amount, right? Say for example, 1 crore you might have done. But that benefits will go for several years, 10 years or 15 years. So in that case, if you cannot write it total amount as an expenditure, right? That benefit we are enjoying for 10 years, overall many years, right? So till that you have to show it as an liability side, that is called a deferred revenue expenditure, right? So you have to show yes.
Madam, here deferred revenue expenditure, but not endowment expenditure.
Endowment expenditure, it is a trust, right?
Deferred revenue expenditure means advertising, preliminary expenses, deferred revenue expenditure.
So
But
part
endowment
of
expenditure,
you have to write it as expenses every year, write off. You have to write off the every expenditure partially every year, treated as an expenditure. Till that you have to show in the liability side, that is deferred revenue expenditure, right? Endowment expenditure, you are saying that is trust, that is receipts and payments account, that is different. It will not come under the normal trading account.
endowment expenditure is a gift, right? Gift expenses. UGC fund go endowment expenditure. Gift, madam. Gift.
What is
Gift,
business premises?
donation. Right in the profit
Donation.
and loss account debit side. Right, profit and loss account debit side.
Profit and loss account debit side.
Yes.
Business
Then
premises.
income and loss.
Let us do one problem you can understand, right?
What is business premises?
We have only discussed some adjustment entries also there. I have to finish it off. Then I have a lot of topics we have to discuss. Okay, don't sit in on one topic. Now, this final preparation of trading profit and loss account, we have some adjustment entries also. See, I have explained here everything: prepaid expenses, outstanding expenses, accrued income, income earned but not received. Likewise, I have depreciation, interest on capital, interest on drawings, interest on loan, bad debts, provision for bad debts, then bad and doubtful debts, so many things, adjustments also I have explained it in the PPT. I have no time to explain all these things individually. Let us do one problem, combining all adjustments I explained it. Okay, can you see this problem?
Yes, ma'am.
Accounts problem?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is the problem for examination point of view. 20 marks case study will be given. definitely one problem will be given from final accounts. Okay. This is the problem format will be given. This is the trial balance are given. Adjustments are given, right? So we need to prepare. You are required to prepare trading profit and loss account and balance sheet. Okay. See here, drawings, stock, opening stock are given. Purchases and purchases returns, cash in hand, bank balance, freehold premises, all the informations are given. The adjustments also given, right? So let us prepare first one, trading account. See. Let us prepare trading while writing the title, trading and profit and loss account for the year ending 31st December or March, whatever it is. Which year you have to write 31st December it is given. So 31st
December 2009.
Left hand side, you have to start with opening stock. What is opening stock are given? 46,000 are given, right?
46,000.
46,000. Purchases, how much is given? Purchases, 1,50,000. Purchases return.
Hello guys, there are some disturbances going on. Let madam speaks no.
See here, purchases 15,000. You have to write it in the trading account debit side, right? Then any other expenditure is here. See here, purchases less purchases return 600. Net amount you have to write in the trading account. Okay.
Man, can you show the trading account? Because it is now trial balance is showing.
Trading only I am showing.
No, trading account table na.
Yes.
This is the question.
Wait.
Probably.
No, I have turned ma, but it is taking some time. My system is slow.
Okay.
I am showing the trading account only.
But the slide is not yet changed, ma'am.
Few seconds. I am going here and
now it is showing, ma'am.
See here, opening stock 46,000. Two purchases 1,50,000 less purchases return 600. You have to write it. Then wages. See your wages. It is how much it is given. Wages
25,000, ma'am.
25,000. In the adjustment entry, it is given outstanding wages. Adjustment entry, outstanding wages 5,000 is given, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So outstanding means what? Liable to pay, liability. Okay. So you have to add the outstanding wages along with your wages. So total wages you have to write 30,000. Then
outstanding wages means unpaid salary.
You are liable to pay in future.
Yes, ma'am. Unpaid salary will be paid in future.
Yes, you have to pay. See here, it is given in the adjustment. See the adjustment. Provide for wages 5,000. Provide means what? You have to pay.
Liability side.
Not yet paid. Okay. Not yet paid means outstanding. You are liable to pay. You are liable to pay 5,000. That you have to add with the wages. Okay. Then sales less sales return or return inwards. Net amount always will be given in the adjustment only. What is given in the trial balance stock, that is called opening stock. Okay. Closing stock will be given in the adjustment, that you have to write in the trading account credit side. Right? Now you have to close the account. Do you have any other expenditure, trading account expenditure in octroi, marriage inwards, import duty, factory fuel, like that, anything if it is given, you have to write it in the trading account. Otherwise, you leave it. Okay. So now you have to close the trading account. What is your credit balance exceeds your debit balance? That is gross profit, right? So gross profit, how much you got it? Gross profit 34,100.
34,100.
34,100 you have to bring it to the profit and loss account. By balance brought down, that is gross brought down 34,100. Okay. Then you have to write all the other expenditures in what is given in your trial balance. So trade expenses, painting, stationery, professional charges, salaries, discount, rent and rates. While writing rent, rates, and insurance, you have insurance. See the adjustment. Is there any prepaid expenditure or outstanding expenditure? Insurance to the extent of 200 belongs to 2010. That means what? Unexpired insurance, that you have to deduct it. 200 for next, that is paid, but prepaid expenditure. Do you understand that? 200 rupees you have to deduct it from the current year expenditure, right? So insurance, what is given in the adjustment, you have to adjust it, right? See here, that insurance, rent, rates, insurance 4,000 less prepaid insurance 200, you have to deduct it. Next year in insurance you have paid this year, that you have to deduct it. Okay. Then you have to write interest on capital. Interest on capital, see your adjustment, it is given. Charge interest on capital at 5%. What is your capital is given in your trial balance?
1,14,700.
Into 5%. Into 5% you have to calculate and write interest on capital in the debit side of profit and loss account. Okay. Then depreciation. You have written all the expenditures from the trial balance into the profit and loss account. You should identify what are all the items are expenditure, what are all the items are assets. You should identify. If you have mistake, if you have done any mistake, your answer goes wrong. Okay. Here, discount allowed and discount received is given. Discount allowed, that is debit balance, you have to write in the profit and loss account debit side, 6,300. Discount received, that is credit balance, that you have to write in the credit side of profit and loss account. Okay. Bills receivable and bills payable, it is given. So, which is bills receivable, which is bills payable? Debit balance is the bills receivable. Bills. Okay. Understand this?
Bills receivable is asset.
Bills receivable, debit balance, that is asset, current asset. You have to write in the balance sheet. Bills payable, that is credit balance.
Current liabilities.
That is credit current liability, that you have to write it in the liability side of balance sheet. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Then after entering all these things, you have to write what are the adjustments it is given. You have to write it. See here. Interest, accrued interest is there. See here. Here, rate of depreciation on 5% on freehold premises and 10% on office furniture. So 5% you have to calculate. Freehold premises is how much? Freehold premises 38,600 into 5% you have to calculate. Then office furniture. Office furniture, that is 3,050.
10% each.
And write it under the debit side of profit and loss account. Depreciation on premises 1,930. Okay. Then one more item, that is
Guys, everyone other than ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Mute your mic. Then how can you hear me?
அதனால பெருகிட்டு போடு.
Karthik, please mute your mic.
Please mute your mic.
Listen, here investment it is given as on January at 10%, 4,000. For 1 year, you are preparing December 31st December, right? 31st December for 1 year interest is how much it is to be received? 4,000 into 10%, 400, right? Whole year interest 400 you have to collect. But how much it is given in the account? Interest on deposit credited, how much is credited? 200. So 200 you have, it is interest accrued but not received. So it is clue is given in adjustment, it is not given. So with this clue you have to add this interest accrued under the profit and loss account credit side, you have to add it. Okay, you understand this?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So now you have to prepare what is the balance. Credit side exceeds your debit side, that is net profit, that is 7,570. Right? Next we have
Yes,
to
ma'am.
prepare balance sheet. Balance sheet as on 31st December 2009. Left hand side that is liability, right hand side that is asset. You can, if you are
Slide is not yet changed, ma'am.
Huh?
Slide is not changed.
Wait, few minutes. Few seconds.
Sure, ma'am.
Balance sheet, left hand side. You have, if you are starting with current liability in the liability side, asset side also you have to start with current asset. If you are starting with the fixed, that is capital, here you have to start with fixed asset. It is up to you. You can prepare anyway. Okay. Now in this problem we have started with capital. So opening capital plus net profit, add interest on capital minus drawings and less income tax. So that is the closing capital. You have to write it here, right? So this is the closing capital. Then sundry creditor. Sundry creditor, current liability, bills payable, outstanding wages. These are all current liability. You have to write it in the liability side. Asset side, you have to write fixed assets less depreciation. Fixed asset, freehold premises 38,600 less depreciation. Office furniture less depreciation. You have to write. So only these two are fixed assets, right? You have to write current assets, that is closing stock, debtors. While writing debtors, 36,000 are given. Any provision on debtors, if it is a provision for bad debts, I will teach you in the next class elaborately. This provision for debtors, it is given in the trial balance, so deducted and written. Generally, we used to write the provision for debtors given in the trial balance. We used to adjust in the profit and loss account itself. No need to bring it here. Only creation of new debtor, bad debts, the return of that we have to deduct it here. That I will explain you how to do it, right? Bills receivable, investments. You have, when you are writing investments, you have to write accrued interest. You have to show. Then prepaid insurance, 200 already it is there, right? Bank account, cash account. So your balance sheet should get tally in the both the side. Suppose if you have not get same amount in the both the side, you might have done some mistakes. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Try this final account. So let us do one more problem with the bad debts. Adjustment of bad debts and provision for bad and doubtful debts if it is given. We will how to prepare it. One more problem I will teach you. Then after that we have a lot of chapters, right? You practice some more problems. Then next class we will see. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, ma'am. I have a question, ma'am.
Yes.
Could you please suggest me any basics for these accounts and other things? I actually am an engineering student.
Okay.
I'm not that much relevant to the topics which are.
Where you are staying?
I'm at Bangalore, ma'am.
Bangalore.
I belong to Pondicherry only.
Oh, Pondicherry.
Kadakam.
Okay, if you are Pondicherry, you can take some private coaching from some professor is teaching.
Okay.
If possible, on holidays, you can go and meet Mr. Kumar.
Okay.
He is working in Sardangaran College. I will give you his phone number. You can
Okay,
meet him and take some preliminary coaching separately.
For accounts related things.
For accounts, yes.
Do you suggest any books, ma'am?
Books, there are lot of books are available.
Okay.
Financial accounting, lot of books are available.
Okay.
We can go through many books.
Okay, ma'am.
Any books you can, local books also you can refer. You can study. Prepare.
Okay, which is related to the topic what we have.
Yes.
Carried over. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay,
can I get the contact number, ma'am?
Kumar sir, contact number. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
Nine 444.
Okay.
39.
Okay.
13.
Okay.
583.
Okay, ma'am. 9443913 583.
583. Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
You may contact me.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.